Okay, let's start this. Thank you for those of you who have come on time. We're just going to wait for other people. There's some more people coming in, so we're just going to wait for the rest, probably for about 5 minutes until this goes to 0. Then we're going to start. Okay, but for now, let me just tell you what you are going to get in this webinar. Firstly, I'm going to talk about myself and my school. Then I'm going to give you a short introduction to the IELTS exam. Then number 3, why 60 to 80% of people fail IELTS on their first attempt, and not just on the first attempt but over and over again. Very important. Number 4, 3 components of proper IELTS preparation and amount of time you should spend on each component. Also very important. And number 5 is also very important. 2 different approaches to IELTS preparation. I put this in front here because all these are very important. These answer a lot of frequently asked questions, and many people actually prepare for the IELTS exam wrongly. So I'm going to talk about this. Then we will get into IELTS listening, reading, speaking, and writing. Then after that, we will talk about why the mock test method doesn't work for speaking and writing. I'll show you. The mock test method is just basically doing mock tests, practice tests over and over again, which is the main way people prepare for the IELTS exam, which is actually the wrong way, all right? Then I'll talk about smart work strategies. In this webinar, I'm going to tell you the difference between smart work and hard work. Okay, between working hard and working smart. So I'm going to also show you some strategies where you can work smart. I'm going to teach you how you can, you come up with them and you can create good strategies and good materials based on smart work strategies. Then I'll talk about my online IELTS classes. Now, I used to teach IELTS for over 10 years face-to-face. These are just some pictures from 2015 onwards to May 2022. When I actually started taking pictures from 2015. Before that, I also taught IELTS, but I didn't take any pictures. So these are some of my classes. I've been doing it very regularly for almost 10 years, okay? But I stopped and I decided to focus on online IELTS classes. And I'm going to tell you the reason why, because it's going to be more effective. And I'll explain that to you later. Then, if you stay to the end, you get some handouts, including an IELTS goodie bag. The handouts of this webinar, not every single slide, but many important slides, okay? But you also get a lot of interesting materials, which I'm going to call, in this IELTS goodie bag, a lot of templates, a lot of, some idioms that I'm going to use. I'm going to give you some explanations on how to use them, so on and so forth. A lot of very good materials that you will get if you stay to the end. And a lot of the materials I'm also giving you from some of the templates that I've created. I'm going to teach you in this webinar how to actually create what I call level 2 IELTS essay templates. Okay, I've got level 1, level 2, level 2B, level 3, level 4, level 5, which I'm actually doing right now. I'm always creating more and more materials and better materials for my students. I'm going to give you some of the level 4 materials that I'm going to create. I'm going to show this to you later, so just stay tuned. Now, then we will get to frequently asked questions if we have time. I'm not sure about that. Okay, so some of these questions I'm going to answer. For example, why did you stop teaching face-to-face classes? Very important. What's the difference between your previous face-to-face classes and your current online classes? Okay, there are 2 types of people on this webinar that I've invited to this webinar. One is that they just want to take a look at the introduction to the IELTS exam and understand how to prepare properly. That's fine. I'm going to teach you all of this here. And the second group of people are those who are really interested in my online IELTS classes, and they want to kind of have a little trial class. This is going to serve as a trial class, so you know whether you are comfortable with my style. You know whether you are learning something. All right, you will understand whether this is right for you by the end of this webinar. Okay, so these are just some of my pictures up close. I used to teach face-to-face, like I said, right? The cost used to be $600, contains all this, but right now I've moved to online IELTS classes. Let me quickly give you a quick introduction before I'm going to start. Okay, I see some people still coming in. So my online IELTS classes now, okay, is really teaching videos, 35 plus hours of teaching videos, 400 plus pages of notes addressing all the components: listening, reading, writing, speaking, grammar and vocabulary, very important, academic or general training paper, computer, online version. You probably need to take about 40 to 100 hours to go through all the materials, okay? It's all there already, Now you have fortnightly or weekly live Zoom classes. This is not where the main teachings are. Okay, please take note. The main teachings are here already. If you want to take my online IELTS classes, it's already there. You don't have to wait for every 1 or 2 weeks. No. If you want to pass your IELTS, you have to start and work very hard. Okay, so but these live Zoom classes are for question and answers and some activities, but the main teachings are already there. My WhatsApp number is all my students for the past 10 years. They all got my WhatsApp number. Okay, if you have any questions, ask me. But of course, also come for the live Zoom classes. I'll answer it there. Okay, during the launch period, which is right now, it's $250 rather than $600. The normal price is $400. And how does it look like? This is the online platform. All right, so as you can see here, IELTS Listening, Reading, Speaking, Writing, Writing Task 1, Writing Task 2, whether it's academic general training, vocabulary, IELTS grammar, vocabulary, all this is already online. So for this grammar and vocabulary class, as you scroll down, you go through all the different lessons. For example, this one just has 13 lessons here. Some of the lessons will consist of videos, like this is an IELTS listening video teaching, so you play the video. And some of it, you will also see links to notes, like this, okay? All the notes that you can download, you can print out if you want. All right. So like I said, 35 plus hours of teaching videos, 400 plus pages of notes. I'll get more into this later on, but it's probably time to start the webinar now. Okay, let's start this webinar now. Now, before we begin, I just want you to take a look at these two images because these are very important to what I'm going to teach you today, okay, in the whole webinar, because it's going to apply a lot of what I'm going to teach you related to these two images. So on the left, you have Abraham Lincoln saying, if I had 6 hours to cut down a tree, I'd spend the first 4 sharpening the saw. And then here you have this picture, all right, of these people trying to move this, I don't know, block of wood, like a desk, and this person cutting it down to a little spherical shape ball and moving ahead of them. Okay, so think about these two because I'm going to come back to them later on, right? So this is what we're going to go through, and we're going to start with me telling you a bit more about me and my teaching experiences so you know exactly why you should listen to me. So my name is Jonathan. I was born in Singapore. I have lived, studied and worked in these 3 countries in Australia and Brisbane, Perth and Sydney. I studied a bit of my primary school in Brisbane. I studied a bit post my university in Perth, and I studied my university in Sydney. Also, I did university in Canada and Toronto, and I also went to Colombia to live for a while as I was teaching English and studying and learning and improving my Spanish, right? And in 2007, I got a University of Cambridge CELTA, which is the Certificate of English Language Teaching to Adults. It's the most reputable ESL, English as a Second Language teaching qualification in the world. So I taught in Colombia, I taught in Australia, I taught in China, I taught English and IELTS, okay, in these places, also in Singapore, right? But from around 2012 or so onwards, I started to specialize only on IELTS preparation. I started and taught in my own school from then on. Now, why did I decide to specialize in IELTS preparation? Number one, I wanted to be the best IELTS teacher I can be. Now, if you heard of this phrase, jack of all trades but master of none, I did not want to be a jack of all trades. I did not want to teach all different levels of English. I wanted to master and focus on one and be the best I can in that one particular area. And so I decided to focus on IELTS preparation. And also it's more meaningful, okay, because I get to help people pass the IELTS exam who move to another country, be it to study or to immigrate. And not only is it more meaningful, the students are also actually more motivated. So everybody who comes to my class who need to pass the IELTS exam need to do so, and they'll put in the effort because their future depends on it, whether they immigrate to another country, whether they're able to study in another country, right? The third reason is when I was teaching in other schools, I used all the well-known IELTS textbooks, but I didn't really like them, okay, as they didn't really help my students a lot. Okay, I started to develop my own unique and effective IELTS preparation materials. but wasn't able to use them at the schools I taught. So I decided to start my own school dedicated solely to IELTS preparation, where I could use these materials. And these IELTS materials were based on a very different philosophical approach to IELTS preparation, which I'm going to share more about later on, okay, in the two different approaches to IELTS preparation. So just wait for that. That's very important. So these are some of the textbooks I have at home. This is just a fraction of all my IELTS textbooks I have. All right, IELTS course books I have, because it's not right now in this room. Stored somewhere else. But these are the materials that you get from a lot of these textbooks. They just give you very, extremely general guidelines like that. Oh, how do you write the introduction of the essay? This is what they tell you. How do you write the body? How do you write the conclusion? So on and so forth. They don't really give you a lot of details. Okay, so they're short on details. And this is what I provide my students, and I've been providing for many years, right? My first sentence paraphrasing templates, my 50+ pages of IELTS essay templates for my students, especially for the launch of my online IELTS classes. Now, I'm not going to give this to you, but I'm going to teach you how to create these templates, okay? So throughout this webinar, I will also be telling you how to create some of these materials if you want to do so for yourself. So while these materials, a lot of the textbooks are short on details. A lot of my materials are long on details. There's a lot of details, because I know my students love details. They don't just want general guidelines. So I'm going to teach you later on in this webinar how to create some of these materials I give my students on the right. Okay, so I've been teaching face-to-face from 2012 or so, but 2015 to 2022, these are pictures of my classes. So let me tell you a bit more about myself. I'm a 10-year IELTS specialist. I've been specializing in IELTS for 10 years. I have 450+ student testimonials and passes. You can find them on my website. Now, if you want to know, the materials I provide my students, are they effective? Do they provide, are they effective? Basically, are they good? All right. So as they say, the proof is in the pudding. Now, there's a reason why I'm showing this to you. I'm putting all these phrases, these idiomatic expressions, and I'm going to tell you very soon, okay? Because this is also going to be part of the handouts that I'm going to give you. But they say, the idiomatic expression, the proof is in the pudding, which basically means that if you want to know how good something is, okay, don't just take somebody's word for it. You have to experience it. You have to look at the results. Okay, so what kind of results have these materials provided? All right, they have provided 450+ testimonials. You can go to my website and check it out. 450 students have come to my students who have come to my classes and pass after taking my class. Now, that's more than 450, but I don't follow up each student. This is just for those who actually message me and have told me that they passed after attending my classes. And I've also helped a lot of students improve their writing by 0.5 up to 2.0. Okay. After coming to my classes, many of them have failed their IELTS writing, because it is the most difficult component. And they came to my class, and then they passed. After that, they improved by 0.5 up to 2.0, right? I'm also an IDP partner and teacher. IDP, by the way, is a co-owner of IELTS. So IELTS is owned by IDP, British Council, and University of Cambridge. So I'm a partner of IDP. I've actually taught for them before. I don't teach for them now. I taught for them many times before. This is my partner awards. I'm recognized as a partner for them. And I've been recommended also by many immigration agencies and ESL teachers. I'll talk more about that later on. And I've actually trained ESL teachers to teach IELTS. Okay, many ESL teachers come to me to find out more about how to teach IELTS, because there's no cost to teach IELTS. People have to learn by themselves. That's how I learned by myself. Nobody taught me how to teach IELTS. I spent many years. I looked through many textbooks. I created my own materials. So in this masterclass, I really bring, 10+ years of IELTS preparation teaching experience. So you're going to learn a lot. You're not just going to learn about the IELTS exam and the 4 components. Of course, I'm going to teach you about that. But you're also going to learn how to create some very unique materials that can help you prepare better for your exam. Now, remember I said I'm going to talk about this. Throughout this webinar, you will see idiomatic expressions. I will use these idiomatic expressions naturally, and when I do so, you will see them appear like that above in a little green box with a green background and dotted borders to help you notice them. Okay, idiomatic Vocabulary is very important. If you want to get a 7 at least, okay, the band descriptors say here that you need to use them in your speaking, right? So in basically idiomatic expressions, okay, they're a word or phrase whose meaning cannot be understood by looking at the literal or ordinary meaning of each individual word. So short on details has nothing to do with short, S-H-O-R-T, okay, or long, all right? The proof is in the pudding has nothing to do with pudding. Okay, so there is a different kind of meaning that to it that you cannot understand through just looking at the individual words, the literal meaning or ordinary meaning of each individual word in the expression. So I'm going to use all of them. I'm going to use a lot of them. Sorry, I'm going to use about 20 plus. Okay, I do this, so please observe every time you see this in my webinar. I do this to show you how natural it is to use idiomatic vocabulary. I want to not just teach my students about idiomatic expressions, but also show them how idioms can be used naturally. Even while I'm teaching, I use them naturally. I don't intentionally use them. So that's the kind of level that you will need to get to use it naturally. And if you use it naturally in your day-to-day life, you also use it naturally in the exam. So the webinar handouts will include a list of 20 plus idioms, and which I'm going to use during this webinar with explanations and how it is used in context. So this is part of the 200 plus pages of webinar handouts if you stay to the end of this webinar. I will also be talking more about idiomatic vocabulary at the end, especially as it relates to how to prepare to use idioms in the IELTS speaking. Very important. You will learn something from what I'm going to say. Okay. So please stay to the end. You will get that list of idioms, the explanations. You get 200 plus pages. You get all the interesting, good, unique materials that I'm going to give you in the IELTS goodie bag. Okay, an introduction right now to the IELTS exam. So this is what I'm going to go through. Firstly, introduction to the 4 components of IELTS. Okay, the 4 components will be listening, reading, writing, and speaking. And the listening, reading, writing will be 2.5 hours or so. The speaking will be about 11 to 15 minutes. So in total, about 2 hours and 45 minutes up to about 3 hours. Now, there's no vocabulary or grammar test, but it's marked in writing and speaking. And of course, also helps in your listening and reading. So this is the basic structure. For listening, you have 30 minutes. It's about 30 minutes. There are 4 parts, 40 questions. Reading, 60 minutes, 3 parts, 40 questions. Writing, 60 minutes, 2 tasks, more than 400 words for the 2 tasks. I'll get into much more detail later on. And speaking, so it's going to be separate with a one-to-one with an examiner, and it will be 11 to 14 minutes, 3 parts, and face-to-face. Right? This is what we call the receptive skills, and this is what we call the productive skills. Receptive skills meaning you are receiving language, you are trying to understand language, whereas the productive skills meaning that you are producing or creating language. And that's important, okay, to understand the difference, because what kind of training and materials you get for IELTS writing and speaking is extremely important, as you are producing language, you're creating language. For listening and reading, you're just recognizing language, so you don't have to produce anything. But because you're producing or creating language for writing and speaking, you need to know how to interpret the band descriptors, the criteria properly. But more importantly, number 2, if you are smart enough, a lot of unique preparation can be done before the exam that will help you to produce good language during the actual IELTS exam for writing and speaking. This is very important because I'm going to talk about that. Okay, later on in this webinar, I will show you how to do such preparation for your IELTS writing and speaking. There's a lot of preparation that can be done if you put in the time to do it. That will really, really help you to improve in many areas. Right, number 2. So the different types of IELTS. Right, academic versus general training. What is the difference? Okay, firstly, when you need academic IELTS is mainly for studies. If you want to go to university or whatever school, most likely you will need academic IELTS. Now for immigration, it could either be academic or general training. It depends on many factors, the country, the skill you are applying under. For example, for Canada, most likely for immigration you need general training. For Australia, it could be academic, it could be general training depending on the skill. Are you an accountant, a doctor, or are you an engineer, an IT person, etc.? It will be different. Okay, so you have to check with your agent. If you need a referral, let me know. Okay, but they will know best. Don't ask me what you need to take, general training or academic, because the best person who knows is always going to be either the agent or the organization you're applying to. If it's like if you're taking this course in university, master's or bachelor or whatever course, you got to ask them. They know, okay? Because they are going to determine the type of IELTS you're going to apply for, and also the score that represents a pass for them. So if you are working, it could either be academic or general training. The only differences really between the two is in writing task 1 and in reading. That's all. Okay, I'll talk a bit more about the differences later on. Computer delivered versus paper based. So the computer delivered is done at the exam center in front of, they have a computer for you, whereas the paper based is just paper. Okay, so paper, this is a computer. This is how it's going to be. For example, the reading, on the left is the text, on the right are the questions. You have the scroll bar, you answer everything on the computer. The similarities, both are taken at the exam center. Exactly the same format, exactly the same cost. The differences, the medium for listening, reading, and writing, all 3 on the computer versus all 3 on paper. Okay, that's all. Speaking is always going to be one-to-one with an examiner in a small room. The time taken for the results to come out, shorter for computer delivered, about 3 to 5 days, whereas for the paper-based is about 13 days. The test availability, there are many more slots for the computer delivered. All right. UKVI versus non-UKVI or regular IELTS. Very simple. The only thing you need to understand is if you're going to the UK for immigration, for work, for studies, whatever it may be, then you need the UKVI IELTS. Okay. If you are not going to the UK, then everything else is a normal IELTS, the non-UKVI IELTS, which is basically everyone else. Okay, most people will take the non-UKVI. Only those who are going to the UK will take the UKVI IELTS. Now, is there differences in terms of the test? No. The registration is only different. The test format is exactly the same. You still need to know whether you're doing academic or general training. So the registration is slightly more expensive for UKVI IELTS because there's certain more logistics involved and administrative costs involved, okay? But again, if you're going to the UK, take UKVI. If you're not, non-UKVI. The normal, basically, that's the normal IELTS. All right. Again, for those of you who have just arrived, just to let you know, stay to the end. You will get the slides in the handouts. Not all the slides, but many of the slides, the most important slides, will be in PDF form in the handouts. And you also get a lot of other good stuff that will help you in your IELTS preparation. Why 60 to 80% of people fail IELTS on their first attempt and over again? So this is what we are going to go through right now. An estimated 60 to 80% of students fail the IELTS exam on their first try. Okay, this is from my experience and from talking to people even within IELTS. And this is something I get almost every week. Many people messaging me, telling me that they failed many times, 3 times, 5 times, 1 time, 5 times, 2 times. This is not abnormal. This is very common. And then they ask me, can I help them, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Some of them because they study by themselves and they study wrongly. Some of them because they go to classes, they still can't pass. So this is very common, and please don't do that, because all these people would have wasted so much money. Every time you fail, okay, depending on where you are in the world, in Singapore, the cost of an IELTS exam is about 350 to 400 Singapore dollars. So if you fail 3 times, that's about $1,200 wasted. Okay, it's a waste. Now, why do people fail? This is what we're going to talk about. Okay, this is one of my students many years ago. He failed the IELTS exam 15 times. Then he found out about my classes. He came to my writing class because the only reason why he failed is because his writing was always 6.5, whereas he needed 7. For everything else, listening, speaking, reading, he got what he needed, but his writing was always 6.5 for 15 times. So he came to my class. After taking my writing classes, he passed eventually, finally, after 15 times. Okay, so that's how difficult writing is. All right, do not underestimate IELTS writing, especially. This is a message I got. This person has failed 20 times. Please pay attention here. His overall mark is 5.5. He won 7. So he took it 20 times. He kept on getting around 5.5. Please don't do this. If your overall, you're getting 5.5, you need 7. Don't just take it again and again and again, hoping that you are going to improve to 7. He's probably got 5.5 or 5 to 5.5 all these 20 times because he's been preparing wrongly. Okay, you should know if you take it a few times and you get the same score, don't take it anymore until you've improved. You need to improve. Okay, so I'm going to talk about this very soon. So why do so many people fail IELTS not just on their first try but over and over again? Because most people prepare wrongly. I used to have Zoom classes where I asked them in a poll, people in a poll, what's your main method of preparing for the IELTS exam? And always 70 to 80% will say doing IELTS practice or mock tests. Okay, so people prepare wrongly because they spend most of their preparation time doing IELTS practice or mock tests. If I were to ask you what you think is the main way to prepare, most of you will say yes, just doing practice mock tests. Okay, so what do you mean by doing practice or mock tests? Because you can find a lot of practice and mock tests around, right? Online. So basically it's doing a test rather than in the exam hall, doing it at home. That's all. It is taking the test under exam conditions, taking it according to the time limit and no outside materials or help. Because just like in the exam, when you do your reading, you're going to spend 60 minutes. You're not going to use the dictionary. You're not going to use the internet. That's what's going to happen in the actual IELTS exam. So you take a practice test, you do it at home under exam conditions, simulating an exam but doing it at home for free. So they think that by doing it over and over again, they are going to do well and they're going to be prepared for the IELTS exam. So what students do is this. They take IELTS practice mock test under exam conditions. They check the test answers. If there's a test answers, you have it for reading and listening. Then they repeat the process over and over again till they feel prepared. They go through all the Cambridge books, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, whatever it may be. Then after they've gone through many times, they take the exam. The expectations is that the more practice mock tests I complete, the higher my score is going to be. But the reality is this, you do not improve much the more practice mock tests you do. Why? Because let's first take a look at the definition. The definition of a test is a set of questions, exercises, or practical activities to measure someone's skill, ability, or knowledge. The whole purpose of a test is to measure. It is not to improve. So when you take practice mock tests, okay, it's going to help you to measure your level if you have a person who can mark you, right? Or you can look at the answers for reading and listening. And it also helps you to be familiar with the IELTS exam format, the timing system, the question types, so you know exactly what to expect in the actual exam. You don't want to go to the exam not having done a practice or mock test before and you're surprised by what you have to do. No, you want to be familiar. So that's what doing practice and mock tests do. It helps you to measure your ability and it helps you to be familiar with the test format. But it doesn't help you to improve your English or IELTS level by much. It doesn't help you to get the score you need. Why? Because when you're taking a mock test, you have time limit. You keep to the time limit. You don't give yourself more time. If the reading is 60 minutes in an exam, you don't give yourself 90 minutes or 2 hours or 3 hours. No. You keep to the time limit and you don't use outside materials just like an exam. It's just you and your test materials without anything or anyone to help you improve. So how are you going to improve? Because improving is really adding something to you. So imagine your mind is a glass. Something needs to be added to you, your mind, for you to improve. All these are not automatically added to you and your mind when you take a mock test. It's like you take 2, 3, 4, 5 mock tests. Does it automatically improve your grammar, vocabulary, etc., etc., etc.? No, obviously not, because you're taking it under test conditions. You have a time limit and you do not use outside materials during that mock test. So that is not going to help you. Right? Improvement in your IELTS level takes a lot of time and it requires obviously outside materials and somebody outside to help you, right? You cannot, if you keep to the time limit of the exam without any materials, you're not going to improve. So how does IELTS listening, reading, writing, speaking improve? Okay, these are various areas you have to work on. As you can see, a lot of them requires vocabulary and grammar also. All right, besides other things, of course. All right, vocabulary and grammar, very important. For listening and reading, you also need grammar. It will also help you in answering the questions if your grammar is good, but especially vocabulary is very important. All right. That's why most people don't just fail on their first attempt, but they also keep failing over and over again in subsequent attempts. Why? If on your first attempt you failed and you keep using the same method of preparation for subsequent attempts, the mock test method, which doesn't help you to improve in those areas I just mentioned, then you're obviously going to get exactly the same result. You're going to fail over and over again. That's why these people fail over and over again, because all they do to prepare is really just do mock tests over and over again. So for example, this person who failed it 5 times, okay, they self-review, meaning they just prepared by themselves, they use mock tests over and over again, okay. So this is why people fail over and over again. They take the test, they fail. What do? They don't improve. I'll tell you how to improve later. But they don't improve in any way. They just go through taking more mock tests thinking that they will improve. Then they take the exam again, then they fail. What do? They don't start improving and adding to their mind, vocabulary, grammar, so on and so forth. No, they just take more mock tests. They fail, they take it and fail again, and then the cycle repeats itself. Okay? So please, taking IELTS practice or mock tests under exam conditions at home, which is basically testing yourself, is not going to help you improve your listening, reading, writing, speaking skills. So please don't do it. Okay? So you may say, so Jonathan, you are saying that taking IELTS practice or mock tests over and over again is not the best way to prepare for your IELTS exam. Then what's the best way? Okay, this is what I'm going to come to right now. 3 components of proper IELTS preparation and the amount of time you should spend on each one. So firstly, let me be clear. Just now, I just said that taking IELTS practice mock tests does not help a person improve their IELTS score by much at all, and that focusing on doing mock tests as one's main method of preparation is the reason why 60 to 80% fail the IELTS exam on the first attempt, and why so many of these people keep on failing over and over again. So if this is your main method of preparation, just taking mock tests over and over again, this is basically the reason why you're failing and failing. Okay. Now, I said that, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't do IELTS mock tests before your IELTS exam. Of course, you should still do them so that you know what to expect. Just now I said it's important to know what to expect. You should be doing it a few times, all right, at least. So you don't want to go to the exam not knowing exactly the exam format. So doing mock tests will help you to be familiar with the IELTS exam format, and it also helps you to measure your IELTS and English level if you can find a person to mark it, right? But it doesn't help you to improve. So it's necessary to do IELTS mock tests for those 2 reasons. However, most people spend most of their IELTS preparation time doing mock tests, like 80% of their preparation time. That is too large a percentage of your overall preparation time. You should spend only about, I would say, okay, in my opinion, from 10 years of teaching, 20% maximum doing mock tests, as the rest of your preparation time, meaning 80%, should be spent on improving and preparing in other ways. This is for the majority of students, not everyone, but probably 70, 80, 90% of students should be using this formula I'm going to teach you. This percentage I'm going to teach you, and I'm going to talk about very soon. Okay, but the way to prepare properly for your IELTS exam or any language exam, not just IELTS exam. If you want to talk about TOEFL, PT, academic, whatever language exam, is to addressing 3 important areas: test format, test strategies, and language improvement. So test format, okay, which basically means you need to be familiar with the IELTS exam format, the timing system, the question types. Okay, this is where doing mock tests under exam conditions is helpful, so that you know what to expect, you know the test format, you're familiar with it. Number 2, test strategies, which is basically to know how to address all the different types of test questions, how to structure your essay, how to answer difficult reading question types, how to avoid being tricked into giving the wrong answers for reading and listening, etc., etc. Just knowing the test format doesn't mean you know how to actually answer and know the strategies to answer all the questions. Okay, so test strategies, understanding test strategies is very important. So being familiar with IELTS test format does not mean you know how to know the test strategies. Okay, so you need to know the test strategies. Many IELTS students and even IELTS classes stop at this. That means they just focus on test format and test strategies. But that's not good enough for the majority of students. Now, if you're a good native English speaker, that may be good enough. That's why I say, if you're like the 5% or 10% who take IELTS, okay, maybe that's good enough. But most people who are taking IELTS are actually not native English speakers, and this is not good enough, just doing the test format and test strategies. Okay, knowing test strategies has its limits. There's no point if you work on your test strategies, but your language, when I say language, I'm here talking mainly about grammar and vocabulary, isn't good enough. You may know the strategy, for example, to answer a writing or speaking question, but you make too many grammatical or vocabulary mistakes that lowers your writing and speaking score. So that's not good enough. You may have the strategy, but you don't have the language for it. You don't have the grammar and vocabulary. You may know the strategy to answer a reading or listening question, but you don't understand what a certain word means. That is, you have weak vocabulary, or you miss certain grammatical clues that will have helped you get the correct answer quickly. All this would lower your reading, listening score. So the third very important thing is basically what I'm going to call language improvement, which is improving your grammar and vocabulary. There are other things to, language in a sense, but here I'm just focusing on grammar and vocabulary because these are the two really most important areas, okay? So grammar and vocabulary are both extremely important for writing and speaking, as both are part of the criteria used to evaluate your writing and speech. Having good grammar and vocabulary also helps you in getting the correct answers for reading and listening. Now, improving your grammar and vocabulary is definitely hard work, okay? It's not easy. It's a slow, hard, and long slog. Slog meaning it's very difficult, it's very boring, takes a lot of time. However, working on your grammar and vocabulary has long-term benefits beyond the exam, by the way. It's not just for the exam, but, in your whole life, you'll be better, right? In terms of your English language skills. Learning the test format and test strategies will only help in a particular test, and it's short term. Test format and test strategies necessary, but it's only for the exam. After that, you don't have no use for test format, understanding the test format and test strategies. Whereas for language, the grammar and vocabulary, the language improvement will result in you having better English overall in the long term. Beyond helping you with your IELTS score, it will also help you in everyday life and work and in social situations. Language improvement for most IELTS students is also extremely difficult because of what we call fossilization, which is basically a technical term in language teaching. It means that, the process of an error becoming a habit so that a student often makes it and finds it difficult to change. So grammatical and vocabulary mistakes become a habit such that it's difficult for them to change. That's what fossilization means. All right. Now, the reason for this, and I'm sure you agree with me, is that when your English is at a high enough level, maybe 5, IELTS level 5 or 6, most of you are at that level or above, all right? So when you're at generally a pretty okay level, intermediate level, people don't correct your mistakes as they understand what you're trying to say, even though you make mistakes. So you begin to become less aware when you're making mistakes, and your mistakes become a habit and it becomes difficult to change, okay? If your language level is so low, then everybody's going to ask you, what do you mean? Then you understand that you are making mistakes. But if your language is at an intermediate level and people understand what you're trying to say, even though you make mistakes, they're not going to correct you. If they don't correct you, do you know that you made a mistake? No, you assume that everything's okay. That's where it becomes a habit. And that's the reason why it is difficult to change. Okay, so just to recap, proper IELTS preparation includes test format, okay, test strategies, and language improvement. Okay, most people focus on this. That's why they do mock tests. They want to be familiar with the format. They think it's going to help them improve, but it doesn't. And then most people also neglect this, but many people will, work on this. Okay, but this is the most neglected. Okay, most people really neglect this language improvement. Okay, the reason why 60 to 80% of people fail their IELTS exam on their first attempt and subsequently over and over again is most people prepare mainly by doing mock tests, which helps them in understanding the test format mainly, and which doesn't help them improve. So if you want to improve your IELTS score, you need to work on both test strategies and language improvement, especially the latter, language improvement especially, which is the most difficult area to improve and the most neglected. Okay, so the ideal percentage of time you should spend across different areas in your IELTS preparation. Take a look at this table. I'm going to show this table throughout this webinar. All right. Again, test format, test strategies, language improvement. Most people, this is the ideal here. Most people, when they self-prepare, they're going to spend most of the time on test format. They'll spend a bit of time on test strategies, and they'll hardly spend any time on language improvement because it's difficult. It's not easy. Okay. Most preparation classes, okay, at least they don't spend so much time on test format. They still spend a lot of time, 50%. They take away the time from test format and they add it to test strategies. So that's good. However, they don't spend so much time either on language improvement. Again, because it's difficult. Ideal preparation. Now, when I say ideal, everybody's different. So this will I think it's ideal for most students who take the IELTS exam, maybe 70, 80, even up to 90% of students. I would just spend 20% on test format. Test strategies about 30%. The majority of your time should be spent on language improvement. Okay. Of course, every student is different, so there are different ideas for different people. But the fact that a huge majority of people who take the IELTS exam fail on their first attempt, and that many continue to fail over and over again subsequently, should inform us that what's preventing people from passing would be the area that is the most difficult to improve in, which is the area of language improvement. Therefore, we can conclude that a greater percentage of time ought to be spent on language improvement. All right, like I said, let me talk about this. Okay. This is what you should be, this is how most people prepare, which is fine if you're a good native English speaker, like I said. Then you can just focus on test format and a bit on language strategies. No, don't need to really improve your language because you're already a good native English speaker, right? So if you're a good native English speaker, you can get away with this kind of a percentage. Okay, the problem is that most people who are focusing on mock tests are non-native English speakers. That's why they fail over and over again. Now, most preparation classes, this is the percentage, like I said, all right? They don't really spend much time on grammar vocabulary because it is difficult to do so. It is difficult for teachers to teach grammar. Okay, teachers hate teaching grammar. Many teachers hate teaching grammar because good teachers who are native English speakers, they find it difficult to learn grammar. Why? Because it just comes so naturally to them. They don't like the rules. They have to learn the rules from scratch. So many teachers don't like teaching grammar, and many students hate also learning grammar because it's really difficult. Ideal preparation. Again, this is based on my 10 plus years of teaching. The large majority of students ought to spend at least half of their preparation time on language improvement. All right, this is what is needed. Now, I want to talk a bit about language improvement versus language boost or language improvement boost. A boost to your language improvement. Okay, so I'm going to call it a language boost, just like a plane going up here, gradually ascending, whereas a rocket ascending very, very quickly. All right. So even though language, grammar, vocabulary improvement takes time and effort, and it's a slow process, in the next section of this webinar, I will show you how to improve your language quickly for the IELTS exam. I call this language boost, as it's a faster process than a graduate improvement. Okay. But this strategy will work for the exam only, not outside of it. Okay. There's no special method to improve your grammar and vocabulary generally. All right. Anyone who tells you there's an easy way to generally improve your grammar and vocabulary is not telling the truth. There's no magic trick to improve your grammar and vocabulary generally, overall. I'm not talking about improving your grammar and vocabulary generally. I'm talking about improving it and boosting it just for the IELTS exam, because my focus is in helping people to prepare for the IELTS exam and pass the IELTS exam. So I specialize in IELTS preparation, so I'm going to show you how you can improve, or rather boost. Okay, boost meaning very huge, fast increase. Boost your language, your grammar and vocabulary quickly, but of course, it's just for the IELTS exam. Okay, as usual, for those of you who just came, please stay to the end. You will get the webinar notes, 200 plus pages of them, and a lot of various good materials that you can use to prepare for your IELTS exam. Two different approaches to IELTS preparation. Okay, so we come to this table again. I mentioned this just now, that language improvement is really the most important area. I'm going to talk a bit about language boosting versus language improvement. Okay, but very early on in my IELTS teaching career, I realized how most students needed to improve their grammar and vocabulary a lot. Yet I also realized how difficult such a task was. So I spent a lot of time thinking of ways that I could help them improve this area much faster because you don't have months and years, okay, to improve this, especially for those who are taking the IELTS exam. I don't know why, but most students, they need to take the IELTS exam next month, then they start to think about preparing. That's not the way it's meant to be, but that's just the way it is, right? Okay, so they really need to improve their language, their grammar and vocabulary very, very quickly. They don't have half a year, they don't have a year, they don't have 2 years. All right. So in this section, I'm going to share with you how I've been able to help my students improve this area faster, and also teach you how you can do the same for yourself. I talked about just now, right? Language improvement, gradual improvement, very important. Especially if you have a lot of time, that's great. Okay, but most of my students don't have a lot of time, and I will also guess that for those of you who are here on this webinar and thinking of taking the IELTS exam, I'm sure you want to take the IELTS exam within a few weeks or a few months, right? You don't have like 1-2 years, so you really need a way to boost your grammar and vocabulary if you are going to improve and pass your IELTS exam. So I thought a lot about that for many years, and this is what I'm going to share with you what I've learned. Okay, remember what in the beginning I showed this to you, right? For those of you who did not attend the beginning, let me quickly show this to you again. For those of you who were here in the beginning, I said, look at these two images and try to think about what this is all, trying to tell us. All right, so this is a quote by Abraham Lincoln. He says that if I had 6 hours to cut down a tree, I'd spend the first 4 hours sharpening the saw, then the last 2 hours cutting down the tree. And this person and all these people have to push some kind of wooden, I would assume is wooden, some kind of it looks like a table, whatever it may be. Okay, they have to push it. This person had a bright idea to cut it such that it becomes like a spherical shape and it can move easily. So now he's ahead, right? So what's all this about? Okay, let's first talk about the Abraham Lincoln quote. Why spend the first 4 hours sharpening the saw? Some people may just immediately want to get down to the hard work. No, we should immediately quickly saw the tree from the first second. Okay, it may seem a waste of time to not start to immediately saw the tree, but a sharpened saw, if it's truly sharper than, in the beginning, if you don't sharpen it, would probably be more effective and efficient than a saw that isn't so sharp. In the end, with the sharpened saw, it would probably take less time to cut down the tree and be more effective than if the less sharpened saw were used immediately. Okay, so the normal, kind of conventional thinking is, okay, let's quickly, we only got 6 hours, let's quickly start sawing. Whereas Abraham Lincoln said, look, I'm going to sharpen the saw, because even though it's going to take time to sharpen the saw, with a sharper saw, I'm going to be able to cut down the tree faster. So this is first 4 hours, sawing. If this is the percentage of the tree cut down, okay, you don't really, you're not growing in terms of the percentage of the tree, right? Because you're not sawing, you're sharpening the saw, right? So you're sharpening the saw, which basically is you're sharpening the saw, you're not really cutting down the tree, okay? Right? So, but once you have a sharpened saw, guess what? The last 2 hours, whoa, you really cut down the tree very quickly. Why? Because you have a sharpened saw. Versus the conventional thinking is, okay, let's quickly start cutting down. So the saw may not be very sharp. So yeah, there's a bit of a slow, gradual improvement. But at the end of 6 hours, where are you at here? Whereas this person who spent the first 4 hours sharpening the saw, in the end, managed to cut down the tree, or at least is way faster than this person, right? So what's this all about? Okay, I'll get to that soon. Let's talk about this other image. In this picture, you see people working hard to push a rectangular object. One person has an idea to make the movement of the object much faster. He cuts the rectangular object so it's now spherical in shape, round. When he was using the knife to cut down the object here, obviously it would have taken some time, right? Just like when Abraham Lincoln was sharpening his saw, right? But the result is his object now moves much faster than the others, and he's ahead of the rest. Now he's ahead of the rest. So the principle is very similar to what we saw with the Abraham Lincoln quote. So what is the whole point of all this? And how does all this relate to improving your grammar and vocabulary faster and increasing your IELTS score faster? Okay. Basically, I want to talk about the difference of approach between smart work, working smart, versus hard work, working hard, right? So smart work really is that you have this idea, okay, look, I'm going to work smart, I'm going to think, and I think, don't just rush into working hard immediately, but think a bit, come up with a strategy. Okay, I think sharpening the saw is going to be better. It wastes a bit of time initially, but it's time that's not really wasted, because in the end, with a sharpened saw, okay, you're able to cut down the tree faster. So if this is 0 to 1% per hour, this is how small percentage in this first 4 hours that you're cutting down the tree very small percentage of the tree being cut down. Why? Because you're thinking you're sharpening the saw. Whereas right now, after the saw is sharpened, because the saw is so sharp, every hour you can cut down 40%. So in the end, you really get close to cutting down the whole tree. Whereas this person, their saw is only cutting the tree at about 10% of the tree per hour, and it's just consistently 10%, 10%. In 6 hours, it's not good enough, okay, to cut down the tree. So this is smart work. Smart work is thinking, coming up with a strategy that will help you achieve your goal more effectively and more efficiently than just working hard. This is hard work. Just work hard, work hard, work hard, work hard. Everything's about working hard. The same way, this is smart work. Okay, whereas this is hard work. So the difference between hard work and smart work is this. Okay, hard work is putting in a lot of time and effort to achieve a goal. Smart work is finding effective and efficient ways to achieve a goal. Effective meaning it produces results. Efficient meaning it uses as little time and effort as possible. So the result of smart work is that you get better results than hard work with less time and effort needed. Okay, hard work you're not finding ways to achieve your goal faster or more effectively. You're just saying, okay, I'm just going to put in a lot of hard work. So this is really the difference, okay? Let me quickly go through this. The definition of hard work: work that involves putting in a lot of time and effort to achieve a goal. Without the use of any strategy, the focus is just on achieving the goal, putting in a lot of hard work until you achieve the goal. Whereas smart work is work that involves using a creative strategy that results in achieving a goal more effectively and efficiently. You get better results than hard work with less time and effort. Hard work, you're focused on quantity of time and effort over the quality of your time and effort. Whereas smart work, you're focused on the quality of your time and effort over quantity. Though you still have quantity, but the focus is on the quality. For hard work, you don't need to strategize creatively. Just put in a lot of hard work. Don't need to prioritize where or how to put in your time and effort. For smart work, you do need a strategy. You need to strategize creatively because quality of work is important. You need to prioritize, how am I going to do this? Where am I going to do this? Where am I going to put my effort and time so that I will be able to successfully achieve my goal? So hard work is really brought in focus, not focus on any specific context. It will produce results in all contexts. Whereas smart work is really focused, has a narrow focus, is focused on a specific context. It could be smart work related to success in IELTS exam. It could be smart work related to a job interview performing well, of a business presentation. And it only produces, because you have a strategy, it only produces success in that area, results in that specific area. Okay, hard work won't get results under time constraints. Time constraints mean you don't have a lot of time. Exam's coming soon. You need to give a presentation soon. All right, you won't get you results. Smart work will get you results under time constraint. You're going to take an exam soon. You don't have years to improve your grammar and vocabulary. So you need to work smart to improve your grammar and vocabulary in a smart way because the exam is coming soon. So in summary, the definition, okay, of smart work is work involving the use. You have to have a creative strategy. Okay, the better results than hard work, less time and effort needed than hard work, and the context, of course, there's more specific context than hard work because, like I said before a few times, there's no such thing as some kind of magic bullet that will help you to get results in every single context. No, okay, because smart work, you are able to get really quick improvements because you are focused on a specific context. It's especially good for doing well on a task even though you have time constraints. So 2 steps to smart work, really. Step number 1, come out with a strategy that will lead to more efficient and effective results. This strategy is focused on a particular specific context. It requires creativity, of course, because you're thinking of a strategy. And it may take a bit of time initially to come up with the strategy or to apply it. Just like just now. Okay, it took a bit of time to sharpen the saw. That was a strategy. Okay, so sometimes people don't like to think about working smart. Why? Because it's going to take a bit of time to think creatively to come up with a strategy. So you come up with a strategy, it may take some time. Okay, just like that, took the first 4 hours. Then the step 2 is you use your smart work strategy. I'm going to call this smart work strategy SWS. Use it and become more efficient and effective in the pursuit of your goal, as compared to if only hard work were used. So this you think that nothing's happening here, but it's actually coming out with a strategy that will boost your productivity, boost your effectiveness and your efficiency here. Okay, so the second step is to the fruit of all your labor, of your strategy, you will start to improve and start to achieve your goal in a more effective and efficient way than if you just, in the beginning, just work hard. So in this webinar, I'm going to teach you how to work smart and create smart work strategies to prepare for parts of the IELTS exam. Now, I said just now, smart work is most important for language, grammar and vocabulary improvement because it takes a lot of hard work and students don't have much time. So if your exam is in a few weeks or a few months' time, you need a quick, more effective, efficient way to achieve that goal. Okay. So most IELTS classes, like I said, focus on test format and test strategies and not much on language improvement. Why? Because improving grammar and vocabulary is very difficult. It takes a lot of hard work. And ESL teachers, like I said, generally don't like to teach grammar at intermediate advanced level because it's difficult to teach and explain the grammatical concepts to students, right? Explanation is very difficult. If IELTS classes do focus on grammar and vocabulary, they adopt the typical hard work needed approach, which basically means the teacher says, hey students, you need to work hard to improve your grammar and vocabulary. It's a long and difficult process, but sorry, there's no other way. You just have to work hard and work hard and work hard. Okay, so that's the kind of approach that they will take for language improvement, the work hard work approach. Okay, so I saw the widespread prevalence of this hard work philosophy early on in my IELTS teaching career 10 plus years ago. So before I started my own school, I taught IELTS in various other schools, used all the well-established IELTS textbooks from Cambridge, Oxford, Macmillan, Longman, etc. Not only did I realize that little grammar and vocabulary was taught in most IELTS classes, but I also saw that how IELTS teachers and textbooks rarely applied the smart work approach to their teaching of grammar and vocabulary. So if they teach grammar and vocabulary, it's just a hard work approach. Okay, they don't use any special strategy that will work for the IELTS exam and will help students to achieve improvement in their grammar and vocabulary in a faster way. Okay, so instead, what was expected was only gradual general improvement as a result of a lot of hard work. That's what most classes and that's what most teachers and that's what most textbooks expect. You need to work hard. So not much creativity or prioritization or strategization were involved in the teaching of grammar and vocabulary that will help IELTS students improve their grammar and vocabulary faster for IELTS exam purposes. So they wouldn't sharpen the saw. They just say, work hard straight away, quickly start cutting down the tree, sawing the tree. So this got me thinking, okay, could I help my IELTS students to work on their grammar and vocabulary in a smart work way? Which is grammar and vocabulary, of course, is most often the biggest reason why people don't pass the IELTS writing and speaking. So that's the reason why I focus on grammar and vocabulary. So I started to develop smart work strategies to help my students, especially as it relates to language, grammar, and vocabulary improvement. So let's talk about this as it relates to the IELTS essay, the most difficult component in IELTS. Okay. In the smart work approach, there's always a specific context. Remember, specific context. Here it is language improvement. For the IELTS essay, like I said, there's no way you can just improve your grammar and vocabulary quickly for all purposes, in all contexts. No. That's why smart work always involves a specific context. You can focus your effort, you can come out with special strategies for that specific context. We are not focused on all contexts. Anyone who says that they can help you improve your English grammar and vocabulary quickly, that will work for all contexts, a business presentation, IELTS exam, job interview, etc. It's not telling the truth. There's no magic bullet method that will work for all contexts. Right? Hard work, not smart work, works for all contexts. Right? So this smart work strategy will revolve around improving one's grammar and vocabulary specifically for the IELTS essay, not for all contexts. Before we talk about creating a smart work strategy that will help in improving one's grammar and vocabulary for the IELTS essay, let's talk about how most IELTS classes help students improve their grammar and vocabulary generally through hard work. So this is how most IELTS classes would focus on helping students improve their grammar and vocabulary. Okay. Firstly, I already mentioned many times, most classes actually don't focus on grammar and vocabulary because it takes too long. It's too difficult. Okay. But if they do deal with it, here are just some areas dealt with in various grammar and vocabulary books, specifically, especially for IELTS. So they're still going to tell you, oh, these are all IELTS grammar and vocabulary books. Okay. Got to work hard, study all this, learn all this. It's going to take a long time. Now, there's nothing wrong with working hard and learning all these areas in grammar and vocabulary. Okay, it's a good thing. It's a good thing, don't get me wrong. It's just that it's going to take a very long time to improve in this area, as there's no shortcut to improve your grammar and vocabulary in a general way. And as a result, it's not the most effective or efficient way to prepare for the IELTS exam. So this is really the hard work approach to language improvement. In contrast, the smart work or work smart mentality is when students prioritize their time and effort by working specifically on preparing good grammar and vocabulary that have a medium to high probability, not a low probability, of being used in the actual IELTS exam. This is about prioritizing one's time and effort, focusing on grammatical and vocabulary areas that have a higher chance of being used, say in the IELTS essay, okay, because we're talking about IELTS essay. Don't learn all areas related to grammar and vocabulary. Don't waste your time on areas that won't be so applicable to the IELTS essay. You're here to do well in the IELTS exam and the IELTS essay, not to pass a job interview in English, not to do a business presentation at work. All this, you gotta, that's not your focus, right? So you just focus on the IELTS essay. So I'm going to teach you step by step how to do smart work and create smart work strategies later on. Okay, under number 10 here, smart work strategies. I'm going to teach you this step-by-step formula. Okay, IKSP, CSPW, FCM, HPB. I'll explain to you how I came up with my templates, how I came out with all my smart work strategies that I give to my students. I'm going to teach you how you can do it for yourself. Okay, but for now, one thing I want to talk about is something else I've observed during my 10+ years of teaching IELTS that relates to smart work and hard work. Okay, hard work approach normally goes with the general guidelines approach. They give you general guidelines only. The smart work approach goes with specific details approach. Okay, they give you specific details. People who are coming out with smart work strategies and working smart, they give you a lot of materials that have specific details, not just general guidelines. This is quite understandable and logical, because the reason why a student would need to work hard is because he or she is given only general guidelines to work with. So if you're given general guidelines to work with, then you gotta work hard. That is when only general guidelines are given, more work is needed to make up for the lack of details. If the student is told, oh, you need to improve your grammar and vocabulary, and is not told specifically what to work on, and no specific strategy is given so the student knows how to improve his or her grammar and vocabulary specifically for the IELTS exam, or specifically for the essay writing, or specifically for the IELTS speaking, no strategy is given, then the student will end up trying to improve in all areas and would thus need to work hard. In contrast, smart work often goes with specific details, because smart work strategies are about focusing on a specific context and narrowing down the general work that needs to be done to specifics. Through smart work strategies, we focus on specific areas and thus come up with more specific details. The work that needs to be done is laser focused on a particular area. For example, the IELTS essay, first paragraph, second paragraph, concluding paragraph, etc., etc., etc. And thus it's often associated with materials with more specific details. Let me show you a specific example so you understand a bit more about the differences between hard work based on general guidelines versus smart work based on specific details. So this is what's taken from the like I showed you before, taken from many textbooks. They just give you very general guidelines on how to write an essay, the introduction, the body, the conclusion paragraph. And they also, of course, work on grammar, very general grammar points and vocabulary points, so on and so forth. Okay, and they say, this is basically how you are going to spend so much time in class, working very hard on all these areas, and the teacher, just leaves you to go and apply all this. It's so general, the details are so general, they don't really tell you a lot. Okay, it's not going to help you a lot. Now, versus smart work based on specific details. Now, this is what I showed you just now. So these are the first sentence paraphrase template and the 50+ pages of IELTS essay templates I give to my students. Now I'm going to teach you how to come up with a sort of template, okay, like this, right? So let me show you the difference it makes between using hard work and smart work. Okay, so say for example, we got this essay question. Let's just focus on the introduction paragraph of the IELTS essay. Okay, so the introduction paragraph, many textbooks say, introduction paragraph, first sentence, paraphrase the question in your words, second sentence, explain what you're going to discuss in the essay. Now, so that's what general details and hard work and most textbooks, tell you. Now, what I tell my students, I'm not just telling them, hey guys, first sentence, paraphrase the question in your own words. No, I give them a paraphrasing template, For the second sentence, I tell them, for causes and solutions essay, I tell them these are the words you can use. It's all done, and a lot of details are given to them already. Okay, by the way, this smart work strategy is called an essay template. Essay template is basically essay structure, and essay structure is pre-written. Pre-written means prepared beforehand. High-level phrases. Okay, essay structure that already is pre-written with high-level phrases, so you just need to fill in the blanks during the exam. That's what a template is. Okay, so let's see the difference. Okay, let me just narrow down just now all these templates just to this area here. Okay. So for the first sentence, if you go to a normal class, we're using a textbook that just gives you general details and expects you to work hard. So you know, based on this question, your first sentence in your first paragraph, you're going to paraphrase the question in your own words. So you're going to, how am I going to paraphrase the question in my own words? I'm going to work hard and paraphrase the question, this question in your own words. Now, with the paraphrasing template, the first sentence paraphrasing template I give my students, it's almost already given. Of course, not every single word, but all the yellow is already provided. So you are given so much guidance, you don't have to work so hard. Second sentence, how about the second sentence? Second sentence, explain what you're going to discuss in the essay. So the person will have to, okay, what am I going to write for my second sentence? What I've already given them this template. Look at this. Okay? It's all given to them already. They don't even have to think for this second sentence. It's given there already. Versus this person who has to work hard to think a lot. So the result is this. You got to think about, what am I going to write? It's going to take a lot of hard work, take a lot of time. Smart work, because of the templates, all this yellow part is already given to you. And this contains good words, good phrases, good vocabulary, etc., etc., etc. Okay. So which one would you prefer? Materials of general guidelines, giving you general guidelines, which will require hard work, or smart work strategies that provide you high-level specific words, phrases, and sentences to help you write the essay in a more efficient and effective way. Okay? Now, so what you saw was just the introduction paragraph just now. Okay, just for one type of IELTS essay question, because there are many different question types. And actually, I just showed you the previous version of my IELTS essay template. I have the latest version, has 50 plus pages of high-level words, phrases, and sentences covering all IELTS essay question types. Right now, of course, I can't give you the latest version because this is for my paid classes, my online classes, and students pay for it. It's part of the class, and but I'm going to explain step by step how to create this smart work strategy later on this webinar. So please stay tuned. I will teach you. Just now, remember I showed you the formula, and I'm IK, SP, so on and so forth. Just now, I'm going to teach you all that, right? But I'm going to give this to you anyway. It's part of your handouts later, so stay to the end. The first sentence paraphrase template is going to be part of your handouts. And then for the causes and solutions, the essay template, this is level 2B. I'm going to give this to you just for the causes and solutions. All right. Now, for my students, we have level 3 and level 4. It's slightly more complex and better levels, but I'm going to give this to you anyway. All right. This just for the causes and solutions, one particular type of IELTS essay questions. So let me just recap everything. The two different approaches to IELTS preparation: hard work based on general guidelines, which is what many textbooks, famous textbooks around the world use. And there's a reason for that. Okay, I don't have time to get it to tell you the reason in this webinar, but basically the reason why they expect you to work hard and expect you to, they only give you general guidelines rather than specific details, because they want you to learn and learn from your mistakes and be free to express yourself and learn from trial and error. But my problem with that is that you're paying a lot for an exam and you don't have much time. Learning through trial and error is great, but you don't want to learn through trial and error by failing your exam over and over again. Okay, that's why when it comes to learning for an exam, I believe the teacher should be preparing and helping the students more than just giving general guidelines. Okay, so versus smart work based on specific details. So what is smart work? Work involving the use of a creative strategy. Getting better results because of the creative strategy is meant to get better results in less time and effort, but the context is only for specific context. If you want to improve your grammar and vocabulary overall, then not just for the exam, then go the hard work way. That's the only way. But if you want to improve it just for the exam, then you don't have much time, then you have to go the smart work way. So it's especially good for doing one a task, even though you have time constraints, okay, which most students have. So language improvement, grammar, vocabulary is the most difficult area to improve for most students. So it's the best area in IELTS to focus one's smart work on for the largest gains in score. Okay, so again, stay to the end. I will be giving you in the goodie bag the first sentence paraphrasing template and the causes and solutions from essay template level 2B. All right, let's go to IELTS listening now. So this is the difference between the computer delivered and the paper based. As you can see, for the computer delivered, it's on the computer. For the paper based, of course, it's just printed on the paper. For listening, the timing, it's about 30 minutes of listening. The recording is about 30 minutes in total. There are 40 questions, 10 questions per part. And there are 4 parts or 4 sections. Previously, they called it sections. Now they're going to call it parts. It's the same thing. So the first 2 parts relate to everyday social context. There are 2 people speaking and then 1 person speaking. And then for part 3 and part 4, it's really related to educational or training situations. You have 2 to 3 people speaking. And then for part 4, you have 1 person, a lecturer, a teacher, a professor giving pretty much a lecture or a talk, right? So this is the structure of the IELTS listening. Part 1 to 3 pretty much the same. Part 4 slightly different. So let's go through them. For part 1 to part 3, first it starts with an introduction of the speaker and the situation. Then you have some preview time for the first half of the questions. They'll give you about 10 to 30 seconds to look through the first half of the questions. Then the recording will play and then you write your answers down while the recording is being played. Then there will be some preview time for the second half of the questions. Again, you get some time to look through the second half of the questions and then the recording plays, you write your answers. Then at the end of each of these parts, you either have 30 to 60 seconds to check the answer for that part, right? Now, part 4 is slightly different because part 4, there is no division into 2 halves. As you can see here, for part 1 to part 3, each half is divided into 2 halves. Okay, sorry, each part is divided into 2 halves. Whereas for this, part 4 is questions 31 to 40. There's no division. So after the introduction, you'll be given about 60 seconds to look through questions 31 to 40. Then the recording plays straight through and you have to answer questions 31 to 40 while the recording plays. And then 60 seconds at the end to check your answers, right? After the part 4 finishes, all right, for the paper base, you got 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. For the computer delivered, you just get about 2 minutes. Now, it's exactly the same for academic and general training. Listening's the same. There's no difference. The differences between the computer delivered and the paper base, at the end, you get 10 minutes. For the paper base, because you are there to transfer, you are given time to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. So write your answers in the question paper, but then they'll give you 10 minutes and you can transfer it to the answer sheet. For the computer delivered, there's no need to transfer any answers to the answer sheet because you should be typing it. You should have been typing it into the computer. Okay, so they'll just give you 2 minutes at the end. For headsets, sometimes some places you have headsets. Now for paper base, not all places will provide headsets. Some will use speakers, so you just be careful. Headsets is always better because there'll be less disruption. It'll be clearer. For the computer delivery, of course, you're sitting in front of a computer. Everybody will get a headset. So this is the scoring system. If you want to get 7.0, you need to get about 30 to 32. But please remember this, and that is that this table here, okay, it is based on averages. So if you really are familiar with the IELTS exam, you will look through all the documents, which I do, of course. In the ensuring quality and fairness in international language testing, the IELTS document, what they say is that actually the marks given just now was the average marks, because obviously there are inevitably minor differences in the difficulty level across tests. So maybe this listening test is a bit more difficult than the previous one. They can't have it exactly the same level, so they'll adjust accordingly. Okay, so the boundaries between band 6 and band 6.5, etc., it may be slightly different. Okay, so when you see this, it says 30 to 32. Maybe for a difficult test, it could be 30. For easier tests, they may require 31 to 32, okay, to get your 7. There's a new format from 4th January 2020, just to let you know, so that if you look at past year papers, practice tests, you may see there are certain differences. So there were some changes from 4th January 2020, but there are not a lot of changes. Okay, the sections are now changed to parts. There's no longer an example in the beginning of part 1, and the page number references have been removed. 9 other points. Write or type your answers down while listening. Okay, not after listening. The recording is played only once. Only once. So if you're distracted, you cannot hear it again. So you have to pay attention. Okay, and while you're listening, you write your answers down. Sections become progressively more difficult. Part 4, of course, is the most difficult section, or the most difficult part. And different accents could be used. British, Australian, New Zealand, American, Canadian. Answers are fixed. Though sometimes small variations are accepted. And you can use capital or small letters. Both are accepted. Right? These are the different question types. The 6 main types and 12 in total. Right? I will just quickly go through that. You have multiple choice. You have matching. You have 3A plan labeling, 3B map labeling, 3C diagram labeling, 4A form completion, 4B note completion, 4C table completion, 4D flowchart completion, 4E summary completion, and 5 sentence completion, 6 short answer questions. All right. Now let's do a quick listening test exercise. This particular exercise is taken from part 4, not the whole part, just 2 questions, questions 31 and 32. All right, so that's all you're going to hear, the recording for questions 31 and 32. So what I want you to do is I want you to, when you have listened to the recording, I want you to write your answers down, type it into the chat, just like this format, 31, then your answer, then comma 32, then the answer. Make sure it's sent to everyone, all right, so that everybody can actually see the answer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you about 20 seconds. After 20 seconds, I'll just give you 20 seconds to read through the 2 questions. After 20 seconds, I'm going to play the recording. After the recording finishes, then I'll give you about 20 seconds more to type your answers in. Then we'll go through the answers. Okay, so I'm going to play the recording now.
For my presentation, I'm going to summarize what I've found out about efforts to save one plant species, the juniper bush. It once flourished in Britain and throughout the world's temperate zones, but over the last few decades has declined considerably. Before I go on to explain the steps being taken to save it in England, let me start by looking at some background information and why the juniper has been so important in cultural as well as ecological terms, historically and in the present day. Firstly, I want to emphasise the fact that juniper is a very ancient plant. It has been discovered that it was actually amongst the first species of plants to establish itself in Britain in the period following the most recent Ice Age. And, as I say, it has a much valued place in British culture. It was used widely as a fuel during the Middle Ages because when burnt, the smoke given off is all but invisible, and so any illicit activities involving fire could go on without being detected. For example, cooking game hunted illegally.
Okay, so that's the end of the recording, giving you the answers to questions 31 to 32. I'm going to give you another 20 seconds so that you can type your answers in and send it to everyone. Okay, I don't see people sending it to everyone. I see your answers, but I don't think it's going out to everyone. I'm not sure what's wrong. Maybe the setting is not for everyone. I'm going to check it out later. But anyway, just send your answers in so at least I will get to see it, even if others can't see it. And let's go to the answer for questions for question 31, right? As you can see here, I've written out the transcripts of the recording. I've also highlighted in different colors the words from the question. and words from the transcripts which have similar meanings, the synonyms, the paraphrases, so on and so forth. So for example, the yellow highlighted first plants, right, in the question is paraphrased as first species of plants. In the listening recording, the green highlighted colonize could mean flourished or established itself in the recording, and the blue highlighted after could is following. All right, and I also show you here, right, that last, and I show you the dictionary entry here. Last has two meanings. One of it is used to refer to the one that ended most recently, and then the other meaning is used for referring to a period of time that has continued up until the present. Sorry, the most recently would be here, and then up until the present is here. Okay, so now, as you can see, okay, on top right here, there's this table. I call it the question keyword synonym paraphrase table, and this is what I get my students to do. On the left side of the table, the left column of the table, you see the words in the question which have synonyms or paraphrases in the recording, and that is mentioned on the right. So this really helps students to recognize synonyms and paraphrases, right? This really helps them to understand how IELTS works, because IELTS is always most of the time you're never going to hear in the recording the same words as you hear as you read in the questions, okay? Because they are testing your vocabulary. That is exactly how they test your vocabulary. So for students in my class, I always get them to do this question keyword synonym paraphrase table, because this is the way how you improve. Remember, I saying doing mock tests is not going to help you improve. Okay, this is how you improve. This is how you improve in terms of your vocabulary here, at least for listening. Okay, now, so in order to get the correct answer, all right, this is actually, I would say, pretty tricky. All right, this is interesting, right? It's not so straightforward. I can't spend too much time on my explanation, so go to the handouts if you don't really understand what I'm going to explain to you right now, and you can go and study it again. And that's very important to study. This, if you don't understand it, just like to study your practice and mock tests. After you've done your practice and mock tests, if you don't understand the answers, you have to go through it. You have to really understand. You need to take time to improve in these areas. All right. Now, so the tricky thing here is that many students actually put few decades as your answer. Why? Because last is here and last is here. So the moment you hear last, oh, the next two words you hear a few decades, so you write few decades. Because you are going by spotting the keywords. But the tricky thing is that last has two meanings. It could mean this, it could also mean this. And this happens to be the actual answer. Okay? So this is a tricky question, because they know, IELTS knows that when you have last here, people are going to hear for last the exact keyword. Once they hear the exact keyword, they think that the answer is going to come up next. But no, that is a way to trick you, because people go by spotting keywords, will write the wrong answers. It's not about spotting keywords. It's not about hearing the same keywords as you read in the question. It is about understanding the whole passage. Okay, so the actual answer here is Ice Age. Okay, remember, sometimes if it's too easy, it's probably there to trick you. So you read last, and then you hear last here, is probably there to trick you. Right? IELTS listening, as also the same for IELTS reading. It's all about understanding the question, not about spotting keywords. You have to understand every single thing. Your vocabulary has to be good enough in order for you to get the correct answer. Now let's go to question 32. Virtually here is basically, it means almost, right? Which means really all but. So virtually and all but is actually the same meaning, pretty similar meanings. And so if you recognize that, then you will know that what fits here is invisible. Okay, so that is a bit easier than question 31. So let me summarize IELTS listening. IELTS listening is really not so simple. Spotting keywords alone in the recording will not always get you the answer, as IELTS will try to trick you. So you need to understand the recording, understand what's being said, not just spotting the keywords, and not base your answer on certain keywords that you heard. Okay, in order to understand the recording, you need a good level of vocabulary, because IELTS will use synonyms and paraphrases of keywords and key ideas in order to test your vocabulary and understanding. The listening recording is often very too fast for students because of the nature of what we call connected speech, the fact that words in natural continuous speech sound very different from how words sound in isolation. So the trouble for many students is that they don't really understand what's being said, because the words just flow so quickly, the syllabus flows so quickly from one to another, and it gets really mixed up. You expect words to be pronounced very clearly and very distinctly, but actually that's not what happens in real natural speech. So sometimes you have to work on really understanding connected speech. So in my online IELTS class, this is what I go through: more detailed understanding of IELTS listening as a whole, detailed tips to answer listening questions properly, detailed understanding of all listening question types and strategies to approach each type, especially the difficult question types and the most difficult part, which is part 4. General steps to answering each question, what to do before, during, and after the recording. I go through actual test questions in order to apply the tips and strategies. I talk about unique strategies to improve one's listening for IELTS and in general, and the proper way to use IELTS practice mock tests in order to improve your listening skills and not just test yourself. Remember, I don't believe in the mock test method, but I'm going to teach you, and basically there is a way I teach my students to use the mock test to improve, not just use the mock test to test yourself. Okay, there needs to be improvement. Again, stay to the end. You get the handouts, you get the IELTS goodie bag, you get a lot of the templates and a lot of very good materials that will help you to prepare for the IELTS exam. Alright, we're moving on to IELTS reading right now. So this is the computer delivered for IELTS reading. On the left will be the text, on the right will be the questions, and then you have scroll bar to go up and down, and this is the paper-based version of the IELTS reading. IELTS reading will last 60 minutes. There are 40 questions, and there are 3 parts or sections or passages with about 13 or 14 questions per part. So the differences between academic and general training for reading is very simple. Okay, firstly, for academic reading, you have 3 long passages. Long passages meaning about 700 words to 1,000 words in length. For part 1, part 2, part 3. For general training, you have a long passage, but that's only for part 3. Okay, so what do you have for part 1 and part 2? This is where the differences are. For part 1, you have about 2 short passages based on everyday life situations. And for part 2, you have 2 short passages related to work life. Okay, so the shorter passages are easier. So you have 3 long passages. These are difficult. This one is also difficult, but the 2 shorter passages are easy. Okay, so this is an example of a long passage. And this is an example of just a single short passage. It's not even an article. It doesn't even look like an article, perhaps, right? Okay, this very, very short passage that you could find in a newspaper, in a magazine, or whatever. So the scoring system is as such. Even though academic IELTS would be more difficult because you have 3 long passages, and like I said, the long passages are more difficult. In order to get 7, for academic IELTS, you need about 30 to 32. Again, these are averages, right? Because each test will be different from the other. And so if it's a difficult reading test, perhaps you may need about 30 to get your 7.0. If it's slightly easier, then maybe you need about 31 or 32 to get a 7.0. This is for academic IELTS. And for general training, because you have part 1 and part 2, which is it consists of shorter passages, which are easier. Therefore, it will actually require a higher score to get 7. Okay, so that kind of makes up for the fact that it's easier. So in the end, which is easier, academic or general training? In order to get a band score, it's about the same in the end. Okay, in terms of same difficulty in the end. All right, differences between computer delivered and the paper-based. If you're taking the paper-based, do note that your answers will need to be on the answer sheet by the end of the 60 minutes. No added time is given for you to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. Just now, I mentioned for listening, you are given about 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the answer sheet. But for reading, no, you are not given any additional time. So my recommendation is write your answers directly on the answer sheet. Okay, put your answer sheet to the right or left of the question paper and write it directly. Don't write your answers on the question paper because you don't have time to transfer it. So just write it directly on the answer sheet. Answers are fixed, though sometimes small variations are accepted, and you can use capital or you can use small letters. Both are accepted, just like for listening. These are different reading question types. There are 10 main types and 14 in total. So let me quickly go through them. 1, multiple choice. 2, true, false, not given. 2B, yes, no, not given. 3, matching information. 4, matching headings. 5, matching features. 6, matching sentence endings. 7, sentence completion. 8A, summary completion. 8B, note completion. 8C, table completion. 8D, flowchart completion. 9, diagram label completion. 10, short answer questions. Okay, so those are all the reading question types, a lot of them. Okay, much more than you have for listening. So right now, let's do a quick reading test exercise. Okay, this is taken from the long passage. Remember, for academic IELTS, you have 3 long passages. For general training, you have a long passage for part 3. This is taken from this passage here. And we are going to just do one question, which is question 27. All right. And I'm already, kind of like extracted the passage where the answer is. Okay. So basically, this is what you're going to do. You're just going to find the answer for question 27. And this is already the passage. So it's actually easier than in the exam, because in the exam, nobody's going to tell you that question 27, the answer comes from this area of the text. No, but I'm just going to do it for you because I'm going to show you that actually it's not so easy. Okay, even though it's kind of like I've given you a lot of clues already, it's not so easy. So please write your answers at the end. Remember, if you have 40 questions and 60 minutes is about 1.5 minutes per question. So at the end, I'm going to give you a countdown of 1.5 minutes. At the end, please type your answers, send it to everyone, and write your answer. Okay? So this is the countdown. You'll see the countdown. Okay, time is up. Okay, what I'm going to do is going to give you guys about 20 seconds to write your answers into the chat. Okay, I see many people have written the wrong answer. Like I said, even though I've given you a lot of clues and hints because I actually told you where the answer is from, it's not so simple, right? So let's go through the answers right now. Okay, so just as you saw in the listening answer slides, you see the words in color signifying that they have similar meanings. They are exactly the same words or words with similar meaning. So talent in the question here, all right, is natural here. When you say someone has talent, it means it comes naturally, not something that they worked hard for. Okay. Then you have the word objective, which is very similar to goal and ambition. Shared, in this context, is believed in it and wasn't inspired. So all this again is, of course, wasn't inspired is the opposite, right? Of believing in it and having a shared objective. So that's why it's OPP here. This is in the question, keyword, synonym, paraphrase table. Like I said, this is very important. I ask my students to do this because this is very important to be able to learn from the practice test and to understand how IELTS tries to use synonyms and paraphrases. Okay, so you have to really understand this. Okay, so I told you this is a difficult question. In the chat, they're pretty much wrong answers because almost A, B, C, D, all of them were given. All right, and in fact, the correct answer, which I'm going to review to you later on, actually there weren't that many who actually gave the correct answer. So, okay, so what's the correct answer? Firstly, let's just try to understand what the question is about. It says the example of the $1 million quartet underlines the writer's point about what? So when they're discussing this $1 million quartet, what is really the writer's point? The $1 million quartet would signify that it is a quartet that earns $1 million or is very successful, right? Has earned a lot of money. Okay, and of course, you must understand what quartet is. You must understand what quintet means if you are going to understand this passage. So vocabulary is important, all right? But the question here is what is the writer's point about this $1 million quartet? So for those of you who wrote A, okay, that is not correct, right? A is recognizing talent. So was this quartet means a group of four, was it successful because of talent? They were all talented? No. Okay, because don't forget, you read carefully, Roy Orbison, the quartet, Elvis Presley, Carl Perkins, Johnny Cash, and Jerry Lee Lewis. Okay, they were the successful ones. They were part of the quartet. Roy Orbison wasn't part of the quartet, even though he was a greater natural talent than 3 out of the 4. So obviously, the $1 million quartet was successful, not because of talent, because 3 out of the 4 was even less talented than Roy Orbison, but they were more successful than Roy Orbison. Okay, so it's nothing to do with talent. Okay, all the other three, B, C, and D, are possible answers, I would say, depending on how you look at it. But C is the best answer, right? The reason why the quartet was successful was because of their shared objective. That means they all believed in a common goal. So it says here that Sam Phillips, who owns Sun, the record label, wanted to revolutionize popular music with songs that fuse black and white and country and blues. Presley, Cash, Perkins, and Lewis, the 4 of them, okay, instinctively understood Phillips' ambition, his goal, his objective, and believed in it. So they shared his objective. And of course, they were successful. Roy Orbison, even though he was more talented at 3 out of the 4, wasn't inspired, didn't believe, didn't share the objective, and only ever achieved 1 hit with the Sun label. So he wasn't successful. So the difference, why was a quartet more successful than Roy Orbison? It's not to do with talent. It's to do with the fact that the 4 of them, the quartet, instinctively understood Phillips' ambition and believed in it. They shared the same objective. They had a shared objective, whereas Roy Orbison did not believe, did not share this objective. Okay? All right? Again, study this passage. This slide will be in the handouts if you don't understand the way I've just explained it, it is very important to understand it. Okay, now getting the answer would require, of course, like I said, you have to understand quartet and quintet. Okay, so you have to understand that quartet is a group of 4 in a team that is related to music, okay, and to art, right? Whereas quintet is a group of 5. So you have to understand this to understand that, okay, the 4 of them were successful. It could have been a quintet. It could have included Roy, but it did not include Roy. It was only a quartet, right? So this is there to trick you, right? Talent is there to trick you, because for those of you who and many of you wrote A, who spotted natural, which is really similar to talent, okay, then you will think, oh, that must be the answer. No, they're going to trick you by putting keywords in the passage, which is not the answer. Because it's not about spotting keywords, it is about understanding the passage. So the best answer really is C. So let's go through a summary of IELTS reading. Okay, just like for IELTS listening, IELTS reading is not so simple. Spotting keywords alone will not always get you the answer, as IELTS will try to trick you and place keywords near the wrong answer, just like we saw in the IELTS listening and just we saw this IELTS reading. Okay, it's about understanding the passage and the question. Having a high level of vocabulary is necessary. IELTS reading vocabulary will be more difficult than the listening vocabulary, okay, because listening is really challenging in itself. They're testing your listening skills and your ability to understand connective speech. But for reading, you can actually read it. They're not testing a listening skill. So generally, the IELTS reading vocabulary is going to be slightly more difficult. IELTS will use synonyms and paraphrases of keywords and key ideas in order to test your vocabulary and understanding. Now, these are just some words that have been used in past reading practice papers. You actually needed to understand many of these in order to get the correct answer in those reading passages. Like just now, you probably had to understand what quartet and quintet meant, right? So some of these words, you probably needed to understand them in order to get some of the answers correct. So these are pretty difficult words as you look through them. Okay, so if you don't have a good grasp of vocabulary, you may not be able to get some of the answers. Now, I'm giving you about 10 to 20 seconds more to go through this. Okay, now this is going to be in handouts. Now, I'm not giving you these words because they're going to come out again in the future. Okay, nobody knows that. These are words which were important for past papers, and the past use of such words, okay, doesn't predict the future use of them. So don't memorize the meaning of hundreds or thousands of words. Word lists are useless. I'm going to talk a bit more about that later on throughout this webinar. Okay, so don't go memorize all this. It may not even be used again. Okay, the word lists are generally useless. Okay, because the words may not come up in future exams. You're not going to have time to do so to memorize lists of hundreds or thousands of words anyway. And even if you do have time to do so, it's a really inefficient use of your IELTS preparation time. So please don't go and memorize word lists. And I'm going to talk about this later on a bit more. In my online IELTS classes, all right, this is what I'm going to go through. More detailed understanding of IELTS reading as a whole, detailed tips to answer reading questions properly, detailed understanding of all reading question types and strategies to approach each type, especially matching headings, the 3 ways IELTS tries to trick you, true, false, not given, yes, no, not given, why it's so difficult, how to choose the correct option, and the 2 types of not givens. Number 4, how to use the 3 reading skills properly, how to locate where the possible answers are, go through actual test questions in order to apply tips and strategies, unique strategies to improve one's reading for IELTS and in general, and the proper way to use IELTS practice mock tests in order to improve your reading skills and not just test yourself. Okay? Again, please stay to the end. You will get all the handouts, and you also get the passage so you can go and study it if you need to. Alright, let's go to IELTS Speaking. IELTS Speaking is separate from listening, reading, and writing. It's done in a separate small room, and it's one-to-one with an examiner. It'll be the same for academic or general training, or the paper-based or the computer-delivered. So when you book your exam, you book a separate time for speaking, Could be the same day or a few days before or after your listening, reading, writing exam. There are 3 parts to speaking, and it will take about 11 to 15 minutes. So this is the structure of part 1. You have questions from 2 to 3 topics and about 3 to 4 questions per topic. It is really, the topics are everyday familiar topics, basically about you, your experiences, and it's a back and forth conversation. Okay, here are some questions. Part 2, 3 to 4 minutes. You are given a question card like this. You're given a pencil and a paper and 1 minute to write notes. And then you speak to the examiner after your 1 minute for 1 to 2 minutes non-stop. After 1 to 2 minutes, after you finish, okay, then you will be asked about 1 to 2 questions from the examiner about what you just said. It's mostly about your experiences, and basically this is not a conversation, this is a short talk or speech by the student. Part 3, questions from 2 subtopics related to the general topic of part 2. And it will be 3 to 4 questions per subtopic. So these are more abstract questions about concepts, opinions, your views, etc. It's not so much about your experiences or your life or your everyday life anymore. It's about ideas and your opinions. Okay, and this is a back and forth conversation that you have with the examiner. So what you see here is a clock, because the examiner will need to, move from one part to another part. So they have to ask you enough questions. They will look at the clock to understand whether they need to, press forward or whether they still have time to let you answer some of the questions. And then there's a recorder also, whereby your whole IELTS speaking test will be recorded, just in case this examiner will be evaluated by a chief examiner. They will see how this examiner marked you to see whether it's according to IELTS standards. Sometimes that will happen, but also if you want to appeal for your marks, then another examiner will take the recorder and will go through your speaking test and give you a mark. These are the band descriptors. All right, I'm going to pretty much summarize them into 7 areas that you need to work on in order to get band 7. All right. Okay, I just want to answer one question very quickly in the chat about appealing one's marks. I always get questions about that. Let me just quickly tell you this. All right. As I mentioned already in the webinar, many people are not going to pass. 60 to 80% do not pass their IELTS exam on the first attempt, and then many more keep failing over and over again. Now, the reason is very simple. I already told you before. They use the wrong method to prepare. They used the mock test method. I'm going to show you later in one section in this webinar how just speaking over and over again, doing the mock test method for speaking is not going to help you to improve, right? But the point here is this. Don't even think about appealing. If your mindset is that I want to find out about appealing, and you have not taken the exam, means that you're not confident of passing the exam, okay? And most students are not ready when they take the exam. That's the reason why they fail. So please don't be like that. Don't have your mind on appealing and finding out about appealing. You should not appeal, because you should pass the exam when the first time you take it. Okay, if you're not prepared and you're still thinking about appealing, it means that you're probably not ready. Okay. By the way, appealing costs money. Right? It's not cheap. So please focus on preparing properly for the IELTS exam. Don't think about appealing, and please, hopefully through this webinar, you understand a bit more about how to prepare properly. Okay, let's continue on. So the 7 areas I'm going to go through, this is just basically me summarizing the band descriptors. Okay. So number 1, speak a lot. Please don't have one-word answers, because it's not going to help you to get a 7 or above. Always try to answer for a few sentences, and always expand if, when you can. Give examples, give more details, because that's what fluency and if you want to get a 7.0, you need to speak a lot. Number 2, minimize hesitation, repetition, and self-correction. So do not hesitate too much. Do not repeat yourself too much. Do not correct yourself too much. Okay, never pause and say nothing because that's very bad for your fluency score. And use fillers to buy time to think. Right, fillers are, well, I teach that in my class, but go and find out what fillers are. Right, but the point is, you need to make sure you are fluent and don't hesitate. Don't repeat yourself, correct yourself too much. Use linking words because that's part of the band descriptors also. Uses a range of connectives and discourse markers. So use formal linking words. The more formal linking words that you use in writing, you can use that in speaking too. But also use the more informal ones like, well, anyway, to be honest, actually, I mean, all these are good fillers and also linking words, right? Number 4, use good vocabulary. Don't use the same words that the examiner used in your response. So if the examiner asks you a question, try not to use the same words. Why? Because you want to show your range of vocabulary that you can answer the question not using the same words that the examiner used. All right. So to show the examiner that you have good vocabulary, use less common, which means words which are not so common, which are more high level and less common by nature. Of course, if you use common words that everybody uses and it's so common, then that's not very impressive. Use collocations. Again, I don't really have time to teach collocations, but these are the combination of words which are natural, very important. Collocations is a term that's used in IELTS Speaking and also the IELTS Writing band descriptors. Now, for IELTS Speaking, you also want to use some idiomatic vocabulary, use some idioms, use some idiomatic expressions, idiomatic phrasal verbs, which I talked about just now. All right, and remember, I mentioned that we've gone through these 3 idiomatic expressions already. Short on, long on, the proof is in the pudding. Idiomatic vocabulary, really words, a word or phrase whose meaning cannot be understood by looking at the literal or ordinary meaning of each individual word, right? So now there's about probably another almost 20 more that I'm going to use over the next, to the end of this webinar. So just take note. And again, at the end of the webinar, when you collect the webinar handouts, also there's going to be a list of about 20 plus idioms that I've used in this webinar and the explanations and how to use them. So you need to use some idioms, right? I use good complex grammar. Number 6, minimize grammar mistakes. Very important. Many students make grammar mistakes for both speaking and writing, and that's what really prevents them from getting 7. And the last area is be clear and understandable in your pronunciation. You don't have to have a certain accent. You just have to make sure that you speak clearly. All right. So these are all the 7 areas that you need to work on. It's a lot of work. Okay. How are you supposed to do that? That's a lot of hard work to work on all of these areas. Okay. So I'm going to tell you, remember we've been talking just now, I talked about the difference between hard work, which is based on general guidelines, versus smart work, which is based on specific details. And I'm going to show you how to come up with smart work strategies that will help you to fulfill all these 7, so that you don't just try to work on all this in a hard work manner, but you focus on preparing specifically for the context of the IELTS speaking exam. And there are certain strategies I'm going to teach you later on. I'm going to teach you step by step how to think about how you can come up with certain smart work strategies later on. Okay. I want to go through a speaking response, just one very simple question. Then I'll show you how an examiner will evaluate the response of the student, and then I will also show you how you can improve this person's response. Okay.
How often do you take photos?
I really like taking photos, so sometimes I visit beautiful places with my friend, so I take my pictures every 1 month.
Okay, a very short answer. All right, so I've written it here. Okay, for you. Say how the examiner asks, how often do you take photos, and then the student's responses are really like taking photos. So sometimes I visit beautiful places with my friends, so I take my pictures every 1 month. Okay, so let's evaluate her response based on the band descriptors. Okay, fluency and coherence. Long answer, not very long, can be a bit longer. Okay, in terms of linking words, discourse markers, not a lot of connectives. You have so and so, but quite simple in a sense. Okay, for vocabulary, any impressive vocabulary, less common, idiomatic, collocations, not really. Okay, all these are very common words. Let's look at the grammatical range and accuracy. Is it very complex? Not really. You use two souls, okay, two coordinating conjunctions, okay, can be a bit more complex. How about the accuracy of the grammar, right? So there are some mistakes here, grammatical errors here. My friend really shouldn't be my friend, but my friends or a friend. Take my pictures, not just take pictures every 1 month, no, once a month. Okay, so there are some mistakes there. So how can you make this response better? Okay, so this is how you could improve it, right? So you could say, well, although I love taking pictures, I don't get a lot of opportunities, so I probably only do so about once a month. However, once a year, I try to go with a group of friends on a trip to visit a beautiful rural area in Southeast Asia to take in the spectacular scenery and also capture it on film. We're all photography fanatics, right? So let's look at this answer. Firstly, it's much longer, right? So it's good. Look at the range of connectives. You have although, which is a good connective, and also however. Then for grammatical range and accuracy, okay, although it's a subordinating conjunction, so it creates a complex sentence. Any errors? No errors here. Okay. Vocabulary. You have some good, less common vocabulary like spectacular scenery, phonetics, idiomatic vocabulary, to take in something, to capture something on film. Okay. And you have some good collocation, spectacular scenery, that's also a good collocation, and photography, phonetics, that's a good collocation. So overall, better fluency, coherence, grammar, and grammatical range, accuracy, and vocabulary also much better. Of course, you also have to perform it. I mean, this is just a written form of the answer, but you also have to perform it in a fluent manner, right? When you speak it in front of the examiner, it has to be fluent without any, hesitation, or not so much hesitation or repetition or self-correction. Okay, so that's something that, even though you have such a wonderful response here, that's, one of the criteria is still going to be, or half a criteria at least, is still going to be fluency. So you still have to perform it in front of the examiner in a fluent manner. All right. Okay, let's talk about IELTS speaking. So in summary, doing well in speaking, right, involves more than just speaking fast, like we saw just now. Okay, speaking fluently without hesitation is important, but you also have to think about your vocabulary, whether you're using topic-specific, less common words, collocations, and idiomatic vocabulary, grammar, complexity, whether your sentences are complex and whether they contain, too many grammatical mistakes, which will bring down your score, and your connectors, your linking words. In my IELTS speaking class, my online class, okay, I give this to students. This is my strategy, which I have created based on smart work and understanding smart work, okay, which I'm going to talk about later. So I give students detailed strategies to answering all types of part 1, part 2, part 3 questions that take into account speaking band descriptors, vocabulary, phrases. A lot of them are given, all right, based on smart work strategies, not just hard work, which I'm going to talk about later on, right? So stay to the end again. You'll get all these slides, not all the slides, but a lot of the important parts that you see here in the handouts later on. Okay, so IELTS writing. So for IELTS writing, there are pretty much 2 tasks. Task 1 would be either a report or an image for academic IELTS, or a letter for general training. Okay, so there's a difference between academic and general training for IELTS writing task 1. And for task 1, there's 20 minutes is the time that's recommended. Okay, you get 60 minutes in total to do task 1 and task 2. You can spend it as in whatever way you want, but it's recommended that you spend 20 minutes on task 1 and 40 minutes on task 2. So 20 minutes on task 1, and it's worth 1/3 of the writing marks. The minimum word count for task 1 would be 150 words. I wouldn't recommend going too much above 200 because you only need to write a minimum of 150 words. Now, there's no maximum word count. So if you write 400 words for task 1, that's fine. It's just that you are not making the best use of your time, okay, because you're not going to get more marks just because you write more words. So my recommendation is to not write above more than 200. Of course, you have to write above 150, but try not to go above 180, 190, 200. It's not necessary that you write too many words, okay? So that's task 1. Task 2 is pretty much writing an essay. It's the same for academic or general training. It is recommended that you spend 40 minutes on this task, and I also recommend that you start with this task. You can start with task 2 first, then do task 1. Why? Because task 2 is worth 2/3 of your writing marks. It is twice as important as task 1, so you should really make sure you give a full 40 minutes to task 2. Minimum word count 250, but do not write more than 300. That will be my recommendation. Don't write too many words above 300. Okay. Please remember, like I said, 2/3 of your marks is from task 2, 1/3 from task 1. So if task 2, your marks is 7, and for task 1 you get 6.5, your overall writing band score is going to be 7.0. So we're going to start with writing task 2 and then go to writing task 1 for academic and then writing task 1 for general training. But I think at the rate we're going, we probably won't have time to cover writing task 1 because it's quite, we've still got quite a bit to go through. But writing task 2, I'm definitely going to cover a bit, and also later on in terms of the smart work strategies, later on when I show you how to come up with smart work strategies for IELTS speaking and writing task 2, because that's very important. Writing task 2 is the most difficult, the most challenging component in the IELTS exam. And most people actually, when they fail the IELTS, is because they fail the writing. Okay, so they may get, for their listening, reading, and speaking, they may pass. But if you fail your writing, you have to retake the IELTS exam over the whole thing again. Okay, so like I mentioned, this student, he failed 15 times, not because of his listening, reading, or his speaking, but because of his writing. He always got 6.5 and he did not get 7, okay, until he came to my class. Then after that he got 7.0. So it is very common for students to struggle to get 7, and they keep on getting 6.5. Why? Because of the grammar and the vocabulary. They make too many mistakes. Okay, so all these students, a lot of times they failed many times, 8 times, 7 times. They failed because of their writing, and they fail and they fail and they fail and they fail. Writing is the most difficult component in the IELTS exam. It is the main, the component that prevents many people from passing the IELTS exam. Okay, so what is the IELTS writing task 2? It is writing an essay in response to a point of view, argument, or problem. This is how it looks for the paper base, and this is the computer deliver. As you can see, I recommend always taking the computer deliver if you are comfortable with typing, because most people can type faster than they can write. And you don't have to worry about handwriting, of course, also, because you're typing. The editing, writing is easier. You can copy and paste. You can delete and you can edit. Whereas for, if you write on paper, you got to use a eraser, cancel the words, etc., etc. So it's a bit messier. There's a countdown timer and there's a word counter, so you don't have to count your words. But please take note, there's no spell checker. That's what every student asks me. Okay, it's definitely. There's no spell checker, because if there's a spell checker, then obviously those who take the computer delivered exam will be at an advantage, right? So that's not very good, right? So there's no spell checker for the computer delivered exam students. Is there any difference between academic and general training for writing task 2? Pretty much the same, okay, except maybe the phrasing of some questions and the topic of essay questions sometimes is a bit different, academic versus more general topics. So there's so much to cover and so much to learn. Okay, I got 20 hours of teaching in this area. Okay, up to about 15 to 20 hours of teaching on writing. Writing includes grammar and vocabulary in my IELTS online course, because it is the most difficult component in the IELTS exam. So I can only cover a small portion here. In fact, I'm not going to cover a lot here, because later on when I do the smart work strategies, I'm going to cover a bit more about how to come up with smart work strategies for your essay later on. Okay, so there's no one correct way to write your essay. Just take note, you just have to understand and interpret the band descriptors properly, and you can, as long as you're fulfilling it, okay, there's no one correct way. As long as you're fulfilling the band descriptors, then that's fine. So this is the band descriptors. Again, I'm going to summarize it into 7 areas, just like I did for speaking. So the first area, number 1, is to write and use an academic essay structure. Whether you're taking general training or academic IELTS, you are going to use an academic essay structure. No bullet points. You have an introduction, you have a body, you have a conclusion paragraphs. I would recommend a 4 or 5 paragraph essay. Number 2, write a consistent and complete response. Analyze the question carefully. Make sure your position is clear throughout your essay. Number 3, support main points. Use examples, reasons, explanations. Examiners looking for quality of your points, not the quantity, the depth, not the breadth of your essay. Okay, so make sure you expand and you support your main points. Use linking words when adding a point, giving a reason, result, contrast, so on and so forth. Use good vocabulary. Express your range by using different words to express the same ideas, using synonyms, paraphrases. Don't use the same words. Use less common vocabulary. Use good collocations. You notice there's no idiomatic vocabulary here because you don't generally use idiomatic vocabulary for an academic and written work. Okay, so it's basically for speaking, because idiomatic expressions are generally more informal and speaking is generally more informal. Use good complex grammar, and of course minimize grammar and vocabulary mistakes. Again, I said before, it's one of the major reasons why students don't get 7 for their writing or for their speaking, because if their grammar, if in your grammar you don't get 7, and by the way, how do you get 7 for grammar? You have to produce frequent error-free sentences, which means you cannot make too many mistakes and have too many errors in your sentences. Okay, if every single sentence you have a mistake, then you're definitely not going to get 7. Now, if you don't get 7, you get 6. What's going to happen is that your writing score or your speaking score is basically you add all these up, you divide by 4, and you round it down. So if you get 7 for all 3 here, for task response, coherence and cohesion, and lexical resource, which is vocabulary, but you get 6 for your grammar, your writing score is going to be 6.5. That's why so many students are stuck at 6.5. If you don't improve your grammar, your vocabulary, you make too many mistakes, you are going to get your 6.5 and be stuck at 6.5, right? So again, these are the 7 areas. How are you supposed to do all that? Well, it's a lot of hard work. You can do the hard work method, or as I'm going to show you later, I'm going to show you how to do the smart work method of achieving and fulfilling all these band descriptors. Okay, so just wait for that later on. Now, I don't really have time to do IELTS Writing Task 1 for academic and general training because there's a lot more to cover. But just remember that for Task 1, it's only worth 1/3 of the writing marks. Now, you still have to be familiar with it, okay? But for Task 1, it's only 1/3. Task 2 is 2/3. So you should be focusing on Task 2. Like I said just now, if you do well for Task 2, you do slightly worse for Task 1, you're still going to get an overall band score of 7 here. So please focus on Task 2. Now, I'm not saying that don't study and understand Task 1. You have to do that, but you don't have to focus and spend so much time there. Okay. But for me here in this webinar, because there's no time, all right? So I've got other things to touch on, especially the smart work strategies. I want to really, really explain that to you because you guys are going to learn a lot from that. That's one of the major, reasons why I've done this webinar, to actually share with you some smart work strategies that have helped a lot of my students. Okay, the writing in summary, right? The essay, Task 2 is the most difficult component of the IELTS exam, so you should spend a bit of time preparing for it. And later I'm going to show you how to create smart work strategies that will help you fulfill those 7 areas. Okay, I mentioned 7 areas which were the summary of the band descriptors so that you can get 7.0, and that's why I'm going to help you to use smart ways to achieve that later on. In my online class, I address both Task 1 and Task 2, right, in a detailed and systematic way. I give you templates for all the essay question types, 50 pages in total, including the appendices. I'm going to show that to you later on when I talk about my online IELTS classes in more detail. Also, vocabulary for both writing tasks. Grammar and vocabulary, 10+ hours of teaching just on this, okay? A lot of hours, because this is really the main challenge for students. Okay, this is going to be important for both IELTS Writing and IELTS Speaking. So these are the templates, my 50 plus pages of essay templates, which I just, I created for the launch of my online IELTS class. So this is for my class students. I'll share a bit more about this later on. Again, stay to the end where you will get the handouts for this webinar. Okay, so why the mock test method doesn't work? I'm going to especially relate this to IELTS Speaking and Writing. So for IELTS Speaking, many people think that the more people speak, the better their speaking will be. Okay, this is a very common understanding. If you go to say English speaking classes, they say, oh, the more I speak, the more I practice speaking, the better my speaking will be. So in relation to IELTS, this is what people believe. The more we practice our IELTS speaking through going through IELTS Speaking mock tests or practice tests, the better our IELTS speaking score will be. Okay, so say for example, you have say for example, you're Lydia, you have a friend called Mary, you get Mary to act as an examiner. This is basically doing a IELTS speaking mock test, right? A practice test. A mock test or practice test is doing what you do in the exam rather than in the exam place. You do it at home under exam conditions. So maybe your friend Mary acts as the examiner and asks you part 1, part 2, part 3 questions, just like the IELTS examiner would do, all right? And then you act as a student answering the questions just like you would do in the actual IELTS speaking exam. And then the roles are reversed. You will be the examiner, your friend will be the student. So you do this a lot of times, all right? You do this many times and you think that, okay, I'm practicing my speaking, I'm going to improve. Let me ask you a question. During an IELTS speaking mock test, when Lydia says act as an examiner and asks Mary a question, maybe your friend acts as an examiner, asks you a question, or the other way around, how does the student respond? Does the student say, oh wait, give me a few minutes, I need to look up some words on the internet, I need to go to the dictionary, give me about 5-10 minutes, come back later and I'll answer your question? Or does the student spontaneously and immediately answer the question? Obviously, the student will answer the question immediately because this is a mock test, this is a simulation of an actual exam. And in the actual exam, when the examiner asks you a question, you answer the question immediately, correct? You don't tell the examiner, please wait for a few minutes and take out your phone and take out a dictionary. No, obviously not, because you are simulating an exam. So you answer the question immediately. So if the student in a mock test answer the question immediately, this is what's going to happen. There's not going to be any time to improve the grammar, whether it's complexity or whether it's getting rid of your grammar mistakes. And there's no time to improve your vocabulary, whether it's using less common idiomatic vocabulary or using collocation, so on and so forth. There's no time for that because the student has to spontaneously answer the question immediately. And therefore, what will actually improve when you do these speaking mock test practice? Okay, the only thing that this IELTS speaking mock test can do and it can help you improve is this area of not hesitating so much, not repeating yourself so much, not correcting yourself so much. Right? The more you do this, maybe you encounter a topic that for the first time you are not very sure about answering it, so you hesitate a lot, you repeat yourself a lot. Then if you do this mock test with your friends many times, maybe subsequently in the 5th hour, the 10th hour of just practicing, you encounter the same topic again. Now the second time you answer the question, the same topic, and questions in the same topic, is your answer going to be better than the first time? Obviously. Right? There'll be less hesitation, there'll be less repetition, less self-correction. So what is improving? This area. Now, is your grammar going to improve? Is your vocabulary going to improve? Just now I already mentioned, when you spontaneously answer a question, just like an exam, but you do it at home because you're doing a mock test with your friends, when you spontaneously and immediately answer the question, you have no time to improve your grammar and you have no time to improve your vocabulary. Okay? So these areas are not going to be improved if you do mock tests and practice tests. That's the reason why I say IELTS practice mock tests will not help you to improve whatever component. Listening, reading, writing, speaking. Now I'm just talking about the speaking here. Okay, it's not going to help you to improve in these areas. Okay, so forget about thinking that, the more I do IELTS speaking mock test, the better my speaking is going to be. Yeah, you're only going to improve in this area, which is kind of like the fluency part, which is really half a criteria. So it's half of one criteria and you have 4 criteria. So, it's about 1/8 in a sense, okay? You have to work on your grammar and your vocabulary. That's why I said the most difficult area for most students is really the grammar and the vocabulary. Now let's talk about IELTS Writing Task 2. So how do you do a mock test? Some students will say, okay, IELTS Writing Task 2 is the essay, probably about 40 minutes. Okay, recommended time is about 40 minutes to complete the essay. So I'm going to do a mock test at home. I'm not going to use any dictionary, no internet, no outside materials, etc., etc., etc. I'm just going to do a mock test at home. I'm going to simulate what I'm going to experience in the actual exam. So I time myself 40 minutes. I don't use any outside materials. I don't get any help. I just focus and write, or type, whatever it may be. Now, after they do this, you need to get someone, of course, who's familiar with the marking system intimately and will be able to really mark your writing according to the band descriptors. If you have someone like that, great, awesome. Okay, so there's a mark. Somebody marks you. Now, whether or not you have someone who's capable of marking your writing or not, then what is the next step? Oh, okay, let me repeat again. I'm going to do more IELTS writing essay mock tests. So what happens is, then you go and take another essay question. You're going to focus on doing 40 minutes and just write your essay. And then maybe you hand it to somebody to mark if possible. If not, then you just do it again and again and again and again. And you think that the more I spend this 40 minutes writing, the better my writing is going to be. Now, so let me ask you this question. During this 40 minutes process, is there any opportunity to improve anything in yourself or learn anything that will lead to a higher writing score in future? Are you improving your grammar or vocabulary? Both of which are important if you want to score higher in writing and in future. Okay, during a practice or mock test, you restrict yourself to the conditions during the actual exam. Therefore, you have a limited amount of time, 40 minutes. No usage of outside materials because you can't use the dictionary or the internet or books. That means there's not much opportunity for you to improve anything in yourself or learn anything. You're not going to automatically, during this 40 minutes process, learn new vocabulary. It's not going to, appear out of thin air or your grammar's going to suddenly improve. No. Okay, now you will get better in being familiar with the test format and the timing system. Yeah, that's what you're going to improve in that area, but you're not going to improve your grammar or your vocabulary or whatever it may be. All right. So how do you improve your writing score? You need to improve your grammar and make fewer mistakes and use more complex sentences. You need to improve your vocabulary, use less common vocabulary, use good collocations, reduce the vocabulary and collocation mistakes. You need to improve the cohesion of your writing, etc., 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 going through the band descriptors. All this doesn't automatically occur. This improvement of these areas does not automatically occur when you take mock tests. Okay? All these things are what the examiner looks out for, and doing your IELTS writing practice mock test, spending 40 minutes writing an essay under exam conditions is not going to help you to automatically improve your vocab, your grammar, your collocations, your cohesion, whatever it may be. Okay, so that's the reason why I say taking IELTS practice mock test under exam conditions at home is not going to help you improve your listening or your reading or your writing and speaking. Here I really address the speaking and the writing. All right, so how I already mentioned to you how why do people fail over and over again? Because they failed the first time. What do? They just do more mock tests. They don't actually spend time improving, and then they take the test, they fail again, and then the cycle just repeats itself. All right, so please remember, your speech and your writing, this is in preparation. I'm telling you all this because this is in preparation for what I'm going to teach you in the next section. Your speech and writing will be evaluated based on the following areas. You will need to work on these areas to improve your score. I already mentioned these 7 areas to get band 7, which is really a summary of the band descriptors. Okay, now we come to smart work strategies. So as I already showed you just now for IELTS Speaking and for IELTS Writing Task 2, and I addressed this previously in Speaking and Writing, these are the 7 areas that you need to work on to get band 7, and this is really a summary of the band descriptors for IELTS Speaking and for IELTS Writing Task 2. And as you notice, good grammar, good vocabulary is actually around half. Okay, 2 out of the 4 of the criteria for both Speaking and for Writing Task 2. So you really need to work on grammar and vocabulary. As I've been saying in this webinar, this is the most difficult part to improve. So working smart and using smart work strategies will help you improve in this area. Okay, your overall, and also in your overall speaking and writing marks more efficiently and effectively than merely working hard. So I mentioned before that most classes, what they'll do is they say, okay, just improve your grammar and vocabulary. I'm going to give you a lot of work on grammar and vocabulary, and you have to really work hard to improve your grammar and vocabulary. And I've been saying that that's good, but it's not the best way to work on your grammar and vocabulary for your IELTS exam, especially when you're going to take your IELTS exam within a few weeks or a few months. If you're going to take your IELTS exam in 1, 2, 3 years, okay, go through the hard work, improve your grammar and vocabulary overall. That's going to not just help your IELTS, help you in your IELTS exam when you take your IELTS exam in 1 or 2 years' time, but it's going to help you to improve generally in your English language, so you speak better, you write better in terms of making fewer grammar and vocabulary mistakes and using better grammar and vocabulary when you speak to people, in your work, etc., etc. But for the IELTS exam, if you have a short period of time only to prepare before you take the exam, which is the case for most students, then you need to find better ways to improve these areas faster. So I mentioned about the difference between hard work and smart work. I'm not going to go through that again, but this summary, let me just quickly go through that. Basically, smart work is work involving the use of a creative strategy. Basically, it will get better results than hard work, and you'll use less time and effort than hard work. But the context is more specific than hard work. Okay, hard work is you will improve generally, but for smart work, you have a specific context. Of course, the specific context we're going to talk about right now is IELTS, the IELTS exam, right? So because you have a specific context, you are going to use a creative strategy, come out with a creative strategy so that you can improve in whatever area very quickly for that specific context. And doing smart work is especially good for doing one a task even though you have time constraints, which is the case for many IELTS students. So I mentioned this step 1 is basically to come up with a strategy that will help you to get more efficient and effective results. It may take a bit of time. It requires creativity. All right. Just like, sharpening the saw, it takes a bit of time. You think you're not doing anything, you're wasting your time, but actually in the end, your results will show that because you've come up with this creative strategy, you are able to be more efficient and effective when you apply this strategy. Then step 2 is after you've thought of this creative strategy, whatever you need to do, then you start using it, you start applying it, and then you will see that improvement. So I mentioned I'm going to talk about the various steps. So these are the steps I came up with as I tried to think, how can I create smart work strategies for speaking and for writing, for the productive skills, speaking and writing, which is you can really use this in a huge way for speaking and writing, not so much for reading and listening. For my class, I teach students different ways of improving their reading and listening, but not so much of what I'm going to talk about right now. But for speaking and writing, because they are productive skills, you are producing language. Therefore, there's a lot of things that you can do and prepare beforehand in order to do better in grammar and vocabulary during the exam. Okay, so anyway, let me quickly go through the 5 or 6 steps. Number 1, IK meaning an intimate knowledge. Firstly, you have to have an intimate knowledge, which means a very, 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 a good understanding of the IELTS exam, the format, question types, topic strategies, marking system. You got to be very familiar with the IELTS. Okay, I've been teaching IELTS for 10 years, so I'm very familiar, and that's how I'm able to come up with creative strategies. If you don't know much about the IELTS exam in every part, then it's going to be very difficult. But the more you know, you start to think, oh, maybe I can do this. I can create this kind of strategy in order to help students improve in this area. But if you don't know much, then it's going to be very difficult for you to come up with strategies. The second thing is basically this intimate knowledge and this really good understanding of the IELTS exam and everything that revolves and is involved in the IELTS exam, okay, will help you to spot patterns, because creating a strategy is really dependent on spotting patterns. So what do I mean by spotting patterns? You know what's going to come up. You know that, for example, there are certain question types that are going to come out. There are certain question topics that are going to come out regularly. There are certain common structures that you can use always in answering questions. Okay? Then you can, once you spot these patterns, then you can prepare for them. So for example, for writing task 2, you know that there are different question types like causes and solutions, advantages and disadvantages, etc., etc., etc. For speaking part 2, maybe you know that part 2, one of the topic areas or the question type involves speaking about a person, so you can prepare for that. And then for writing tasks too, maybe there's educational topic is very common, and there are many different topics. Okay, environment, crime, city life, a lot of other different topics. For speaking part 1, you know that work study is always going to be asked of you, very often asked of you in speaking part 1. So you spot all these patterns, you understand there's a great possibility that these kinds of question types or these kinds of question topics are going to come up. And common structures in answering a question, you know, for example, the first paragraph and the first sentence is always about paraphrasing. You paraphrase the topic, just like, you know, I talked about just now. How did I come up with the first sentence paraphrasing template? Because I know that, you know, there are for the first sentence of the first paragraph for the essay, most likely you're going to need to paraphrase. And so I think in advance, what are the different ways of paraphrasing you know, topics, right? So that's how I came up with the paraphrasing topic, the paraphrasing template just now, which I'm going to give you as part of the webinar handouts. And same for, you know, you could end the essay with a recommendation. So I start to think, what kind of language can be used for recommendations? Okay, for speaking, maybe it can involve summarizing a point or giving a conclusion at the end of each speech. These are patterns that we are spotting. You're able to spot patterns if you know the exam format very well. Okay, so these are just some patterns that can be spotted. Okay, these are not all. Then the third step will be, after that, come up with a creative strategy. A strategy that has to be, of course, it has to be creative, because you're familiar with the format. You spotted the patterns. Now I'm going to create a strategy around all that I know about the IELTS exam that will help me to, you know, perform better in the exam. So a creative strategy, and you're basically going to prepare words, because obviously for the productive skills, it's all about producing words and phrases and sentences and good vocabulary and good grammar, etc. in advance, and also cohesion, not just grammar and vocabulary, but also cohesion, coherence, etc. So come up with a creative strategy to prepare words and phrases and sentences, etc. in advance, based on the patterns you spotted in the previous step. This is the challenging part, because this is the thing that only after teaching many years full time, thinking about IELTS, because I specialize in IELTS, thinking about IELTS all the time, every single weekday and even the weekends, thinking. Then I start to think about certain things. After going through all the different textbooks, IELTS textbooks, being familiar and doing my own research online, being familiar with all the different materials, then I come out with my own strategy. The creative part is very important. And it is creative for a reason. It's called creative for a reason, because it's not just a strategy that you can come up easily. And it may require some time and a lot of creativity. Okay, I'm going to teach you one of the strategies that for IELTS writing. Okay, now number 4, FC, meaning the prepared words you prepared in the previous step. Firstly, the first thing is that it needs to fulfill the criteria, meaning the band descriptors. Good. You're preparing words, not just ordinary common words. You're preparing impressive words, right? And fulfill the band descriptors here in terms of collocations, vocabulary collocations, less common vocabulary, idiomatic vocabulary. This is for speaking. Grammar, make sure there's no grammatical mistakes, of course, because if you're preparing words beforehand and sentences beforehand, you better make sure that there are no grammar mistakes. Complexity, because part of grammar is also complexity. Make sure that your sentences are complex. Cohesion, using cohesive devices and linking words. Coherence, this goes beyond mere words, but it relates to the structure. This is especially important for writing. The second thing that your words, your phrases, your sentences have to have is they need to have a medium to high probability of being used in the actual exam. Very important. There is no point preparing wonderful words that fulfill the band descriptors, but I give you a list of 1,000, 10,000 words. Even if I give you a list of 100 words, that's too many. And you're not sure which one out of the 100 or 1,000 words are going to come up, or how you're going to use it, or you may not use it. Then you'll be wasting your time. So it has to have a medium to high probability of being used and not low probability. Don't waste your time preparing words that have a low probability of being used in an exam. A lot of word lists are like that. That's why I said just now during the IELTS reading that forget about word lists. Forget about word lists, because past, for reading just now, I said that just because it's being used in the past doesn't mean it's going to be used in the future, right? In the same way, word lists for writing, for speaking, there are lots of word lists out there, okay? No point spending hours and tens of hours and hundreds of hours memorizing and getting to know hundreds of words and thousands of words. Now remember, if your goal is to improve generally and overall in English, then yeah, go ahead and do that if you have time. But if your goal is to take the exam within a few weeks or a few months, then you have to use effective and efficient methods. And this is what smart work strategies are all about. Okay, so if word lists are not analyzed and filtered, so you don't give more thought to it, most words you learn won't have a good chance of being used. And therefore, learning those words will be an inefficient and effective use of your time. Remember, smart work is about being efficient and effective in one's use of time and effort. The sixth step, which is basically for me as a teacher, because I create all this, what I, 1 to 5, the step 1 to 5 for my students. So I got to remind myself, this is really for me, okay, that the prepared words need to have alternatives provided. This is really for me as a teacher and provider of these strategies. If you're a teacher, you're providing these strategies for your students, okay. Then if you're using this, and I teach some of this to, IELTS teachers and ESL teachers who, come to me, ask me how I create such good material. So I teach them this. I say, after you go through steps 1 to 5, please go through step 6 too, because you cannot give the same list and the same words and the same phrases that everybody uses the same thing. So you need to provide alternatives. As I create these strategies for my students, alternatives mean alternative words and phrases and structures, etc. As I create these strategies for my students, I always have to provide many alternatives to the words, phrases, sentences, structures, because I don't want all my students to use the same thing. I want to allow them to choose what they're comfortable with from the alternatives. So not just I'm giving them different words, so different students will use different words and phrases, but I also allow them to choose, because some students may be more comfortable with these words and these sentences and this structure. Some will be more comfortable with others, okay? So I provide alternatives for them, and they just choose whatever they want, use it in the way they want, and memorize that one, and they don't have to, remember all the different alternatives. So, but do note that, of course, all the alternatives need to fulfill the criteria and of a medium to high probability of being used. So for students who are doing the strategies themselves, and I'm teaching you how to do so, there's no need to have alternatives provided for yourself, okay? Because obviously you're the only one using it. All right, so let's take a look at this. This is a good book of idioms, 300 most common idioms. Now it's good, most common idioms. But let me ask you this. How many and what percentage of these 300 idioms would realistically be used in the actual IELTS speaking exam, okay? So that's why you got to ask yourself, whenever you come out with lists, whenever you come out with books, again, if this is to improve your English overall, by all means, go and read this, go and learn from it. If you have many months before your IELTS exam. If you just want to improve your English overall, go for it. But if this is for your IELTS, and you're taking it soon, it's an inefficient and ineffective use of your time just to go through books like that. Okay, and even this, okay, what about words that are meant to be specifically for IELTS? Like Colin Scobell has this keywords for IELTS starter, improver, advanced level, right? 400 to 450 pages per book. I don't know how many words are inside there. I couldn't find out. Right? They don't tell me up front, but probably I would say that there's probably around a few hundred words per book, because each page probably has a few words, right? So maybe a few hundred to even up to 1,000 words per book. And this is marketed obviously as keywords for IELTS. Are you going to go through them? Do you have time to go through them before your exam? That's the question. Okay, so don't get me wrong, these books are good. But the question you need to ask yourself is, how many of these words would you actually be able to use productively or receptively in the IELTS exam? Productively as in use it well for your writing and your speaking. Receptively as in you understand it, you learn new words, you understand, so that in your listening and your reading, you'll be able to understand the words if it actually comes out in the reading or the listening text. And the titles of the books are a bit of a misnomer, meaning that it's actually accurate, it's not inaccurate, okay? Because these books are not specifically for IELTS, but they're just really good words to learn that may or may not be used in IELTS. They could have put the term beginners, intermediate, advanced in a title, because there's really nothing specific to IELTS at all. Okay, it's just of course, you must understand that these are publishing companies. They want to create new books with new names to market and to make money, right? Okay, so it's just a way to create new books for a particular market, right? IELTS market is a big market, so let's just position this as words for IELTS. It's not really for IELTS. It's just generally to improve your English. So go through them if you have a lot of time. If you have 1 year before you take your IELTS exam, and you can spend 1 to 2 hours every day to study, which means about 300, 700 plus hours in total. Okay, then by all means study these word lists. You know, I recommend all students before they take the IELTS exam, especially if their level is not at the level that they want to get in the IELTS exam. You should be spending hundreds of hours, but realistically speaking, most students are adults and very busy, right? You don't have that much time. But if you do, great. Then by all means study these word lists. It's going to help you improve your English overall, and that's good. But these books are not specifically for IELTS students because it is only based on one of the 5 important steps for creating smart word strategies mentioned above. The only thing that is good is it fulfills the criteria. But there's no point if most of the words, you go and study 1,000 words and maybe you can only realistically use 5 of them. It's a really inefficient use of your time, okay? If there's not it doesn't have a medium to high probability of being used, the list is not filtered, it's not analyzed, special words are taken out from it and focused on because you have a creative strategy. The creative strategy is important, and the creative strategy will only come if you have an intimate knowledge of the IELTS exam and you're able to spot patterns. That's why it goes from 1 to 5. You first have a really good understanding of the IELTS exam and everything that is involved in the IELTS exam. Then you can spot patterns. Then you can come up with a strategy. Then you can start preparing words that fulfill the criteria that will have a medium to high probability of being used. Only if you are able to do 1 to 3 can you come up with number 5, which and you create a strategy such that the words that you prepare, it's not going to be thousands of words. It's going to be much fewer than that because realistically speaking, no student is going to be able to, prepare and understand and learn and memorize thousands of words before the exam, right? So you only filter your list down to, not so many words, but these words need to have a medium to high probability of being used. That is smart work. Okay, so this is hard work. This is hard work. Learning so many words. The words are not for a particular context, but for general learning. Even though it says IELTS, it is not for IELTS, it's just for general learning. Again, this is for marketing purposes that they write IELTS there. Then, most publishing companies will have words for IELTS, and then pretty much the same book again, words for TOEFL, and words for whatever exam. It's all the same thing, okay? So, it will apply to all contexts, which also means you're spending a lot of time on words that are going to be useful for the IELTS exam. There's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, it will improve your English overall in your conversations with people and reading the newspaper and doing presentations. It is just not meant to help you for IELTS in particular. So if you have limited time, as most people do, to prepare for IELTS, it's not going to help you. Now, I'm learning Spanish. My Spanish is probably at a level, probably about 5.0 equivalent of IELTS. Intermediate, low intermediate also. Okay, so I want to reach about 6 or 7 plus eventually for my Spanish. I mean, IELTS is for English, but I'm just giving the equivalent. Now, in the Spanish language, there's a exam which is similar to IELTS called the DELE, and but for me right now, I'm hoping to take the DELE in future. But for me, I love Spanish. I'm not just taking the DELE exam to to immigrate or whatever it may be. That's not my purpose. I just love Spanish. I want to improve in every area. I want to improve my vocabulary, my grammar, every single thing, so that when I go to, I can speak to Spanish-speaking speakers, native Spanish speakers in Spain, everywhere around the world, in Latin America. I can have a good conversation with them. I want to do that. That's my aim. And that's why I get all these books, right? These are tough books, really, really difficult. Requires a lot of hard work. I read a lot of novels. I try to speak to people. I'm not focusing on the exam. Now, I do want to take the DELE exam in future, but I go through these books because I want to improve my Spanish overall. It's not just for the exam. No point if I take the Delhi exam, I get a good mark, I pass at a certain level, but in the end I can't really speak and I don't know how to write properly, etc. I can just do it for exam purposes. No, I want to improve overall. So I go through these books because I want to improve my Spanish overall for all situations, not just the exam. And so I put in the hard work. But if I were to sit for the Spanish equivalent of the Delhi, and my focus were to pass the Delhi exam, which I will in future, and I didn't have a lot of time, I would work smart, not work hard. I would create smart work strategies. But of course, my goal is different. My goal is not just, my goal is to improve my Spanish overall, not for the exam. Now, for you guys, most people who are listening to me, your goal is to pass the exam. That's the most important thing, because you need to immigrate and you need to study, okay? So that's a different goal altogether. For me, I don't mind getting all the books, difficult books. I don't mind working hard for my Spanish because I love it. But for you, you have no time. Most of you have no time to do so because you don't have years. So smart work means preparing effectively and efficiently for a particular context, not all contexts. Here we're talking specifically about the IELTS exam. So you can't just have a long list of words, good words. You have to narrow down the list of good words that fulfill the criteria that you're going to focus on, and make sure this smaller list has a pretty good chance of being used in the actual IELTS exam, which means a medium and high probability of being used. The narrowing down can only happen if you have intimate knowledge of the IELTS exam, so that you can spot patterns and then you can come up with a creative strategy to prepare words. Okay, so this is why all these 5 steps are very important. Now I want to quickly go through right now an example of creating smart work strategies that you can apply for yourself. All right, so like I said, these are the 5 steps. Let's talk about how you can apply these 5 steps to create smart work strategies for IELTS speaking and writing. I can't give you all the smart work strategies I give my online IELTS class students. There's a lot of materials. I've been thinking about this for years, but let me show you how to create one simple one for IELTS speaking and one more complex one for IELTS writing. Okay, so let's start with a simple one for smart work strategy for IELTS speaking. So now, because I have intimate knowledge of the IELTS exam, the speaking exam, and I can spot patterns, okay, then we know that for many of an IELTS student speaking answers, especially in part 1 and 3, the student can end with a summary of the points made and a conclusion. That's because I know what part 1 questions and part 3 questions are all about. They are conversations. They ask you, you can have points in your answers to part 1 questions and part 3 questions, and therefore you can include a summary or a conclusion. Because of this understanding, this intimate knowledge and the ability to spot patterns, we can come up with a creative strategy to prepare words that fulfill the criteria and have a medium to high probability of being used in the actual exam that will help students to introduce a summary or conclusion. One of the challenges for most IELTS students is using idiomatic vocabulary, which is part of the speaking marking criteria in their speaking, because in real life they don't often use it. So if you don't often use it in real life, then you're probably not going to use it in the exam. So one creative strategy I came up with is to prepare some idiomatic expressions that can be used by students to summarize their points or give a conclusion. So this is just one of the small little smart work strategies that I give my students, and which is I tell them, okay, please use some of these words like to sum up or in a nutshell. These are idiomatic expressions to summarize your points, or to conclude. The long and short of it, idiomatic. At the end of the day, this is idiomatic, okay? And these 4 phrases, 2 to summarize, 2 to conclude, right? They fulfill the criteria because they're idiomatic, and they have because I've done all the homework, having the intimate knowledge and being able to spot patterns and coming up with a creative strategy, I really know that these 4 words have a very high probability of being used. Why? Because, like I said, in part 1 and part 3 questions, in your answer to these questions, you can definitely summarize or conclude. Every single answer you give, almost every single answer you could summarize and conclude. Okay? So you could probably use more than just one of these. Could be one of each, or maybe 4 in total. Who knows? Okay? So that's really going to help you in your scoring. So for example, the question is, what are the things that you like about your hometown, which is probably a part 1 question. You could say, to be honest, there are so many things I love about the place I grew up in, blah, blah, blah. Firstly, this. Secondly, this. Then, when you summarize, so in a nutshell, the surrounding nature and dense population are 2 things I really appreciate. So you're just summarizing, and you're using a idiomatic expression. Okay, this is for part 1. So like I said, part 1 questions, almost all the time you can use this. Use it. Make sure, those who are hearing and listening to me right now and going through this webinar, use it. Use it once at least, okay? Do you think owning a lot of things makes people happy? Then this could be a part 1, could be a part 3 also. Okay, it's a bit more conceptual in a sense. So it could actually be a part 3 question. So the long and short of it is not to summarize, but to really kind of like, it could be summarizing and concluding in a sense, okay? So, which are very similar, by the way. So anyway, I'm not going to read the whole thing. Then after that, at the end, this person says, the long and short of it is that every situation, every person is different. And you can't really generalize. Okay, so again, another usage of an idiomatic expression. So as you can see, there's a really high probability of these phrases being used. Every student in every circumstance should be able to use at least one of these, because for many or even most questions in speaking part 1 and 3, you could end with a summary or conclusion. The result is that because of the above phrases are idiomatic, and using idiomatic expressions is always a challenge, preparing these phrases is actually smart work and will actually help improve students' speaking score. Now, just compare these four expressions, idioms, with the 300 words just now in the book. Do you want to memorize 300 words and you may not use it? Or I guarantee you, just these 4, you can just memorize 1 or even 2. You are 100% going to use it. So what is smart work? What is hard work? This is smart work. This is but you got to go through the 5 steps, right? To understand, to the exam, to spot the patterns. Then you can realize, okay, I can always use this. I'm going to memorize an idiom that I can always use. 100% you can use it. Unlike those 300 idioms that you saw, okay, in the book. So there's a lot more smart work strategies for speaking. Remember, this is just one small example, right? The more you understand everything related to the IELTS speaking exam, that's why your intimate knowledge of the exam. And the more you dwell on it, the more creative ideas will come to your mind, which has been coming to my mind for years, right? So the more you do that, the more creative ideas will come to your mind. Okay, in my online IELTS classes, I provide more smart word strategies for speaking. Now, let's move to a more complex smart word strategy for IELTS writing. And I already showed this to you just now before, which is the idea of the essay template, which is creating an essay structure pre-written, prepared beforehand, high-level phrases, so you just need to fill in the blanks during the exam. So I showed this to you just now, and by the way, you're going to get something like this in the handouts if you wait to the end. All right. So this is what I call level 2. And then there's level 2B, and then there's level 3, which I give to my students. But this is level 2, which is very, very effective already. Okay. Now, I give my students this, and I'll be doing this for 5 to 10 years. Versus this is based on, as I mentioned, hard work, because they give you general guidelines. You got to learn, put in a lot of hard work to learn grammar and vocabulary, and then how in the world are you going to take these general guidelines to create, your essay? You just have to do a lot of thinking, a lot of hard work. Versus I give you the framework, the outline already. Okay, this smart work strategy taught in my IELTS classes has helped many people finally pass their IELTS writing after failing many times. All these students, they failed many times, 15 times, 7, 8 times, 8 times, before coming to my class. Then once they come to my class, I teach them this strategy, I give them the templates, and they pass, finally, after failing so many times. Okay, you can look at all these improvement of writing. I focus a lot on writing because writing is the most difficult component. So if you want to look at specifically IELTS writing testimonials, you can go to that link. So the smart work strategy for IELTS writing, task 2, the essay. So I'm going to teach you, based on the 5 steps, this is what I'm going to tell you right now. Okay. Firstly, if you want to prepare templates for yourself, this is what you do. Firstly, you get official IELTS essay questions. Okay. Then the next step is categorize IELTS essay questions into different question types. What do I mean by question types? These are 2 question types. There are many different question types. For example, if this question says discuss both these views and give your own opinion. Again, if you are intimately familiar, you have an intimate knowledge of the IELTS exam, then you know that there are different question types which always come about. That's why the second step is spotting patterns. So you're able to spot these patterns. Oh, there are many questions that discuss both these views and give your own opinion. There are many questions which ask for the causes and the solutions. So, and then of course there are other types. So you can prepare in advance for them. That's what we're doing right now. I've not finished the steps yet. This is just the beginnings. Now, firstly, how or where do I do my research? Now, this is something I want to say. Please be careful of IELTS websites. Don't go to any IELTS websites. I can tell you 90 to 95% of IELTS websites online are not good. There are very few good ones. Why? Don't forget, everything you go on you find on the internet now, be it online, be it YouTube, be it TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, whatever, everybody's out there to make money, right? How do you make money? You produce content. That's why you have this term called the content creator, because you are producing content and there's always advertisements. Google, Facebook, TikTok, whatever, there's always advertisements. The more content you create, the advertisements can go along with it, and then you earn money if you are the content creator. So a lot of people are creating IELTS websites with really crappy stuff and to be honest, a lot of nonsense. Now, for most students who are targeting 7 or 6 or 8, they don't know all this because their language is not very good. So the content creator has slightly better language than them. So they think, oh, wow, okay, it's very good. I want to copy this. This is good. This is a good website with good questions and all that. Because your level is lower than the content creator, and therefore you think it's good. But, when I look through a lot of these websites, for example, this one says that it's a band 9. And I look through this, I was like, there's no way this is a band 9. How do I know? Because look at all these words that are underlined. These are all grammatical mistakes. A band 9 doesn't have grammatical mistakes, maybe 1 or 2, okay? But so there's no way this is a band 9, but they position it as a band 9 essay model answer. This one is another band 9. Look at all the mistakes here, okay? 4,600 likes, okay? Because most people don't really realize that this is actually not a band 9 essay, okay? So many mistakes. So don't just when you go to websites, when people say, oh, this is an IELTS essay question, please don't just believe them, because there could be a TOEFL question. It could be a lot of different other English exams. They have different questions. Now, IELTS, that's why you have to be familiar and have to have an intimate knowledge of the IELTS exam so that you will know what question is actually IELTS. So don't go to any website that says, oh, this is an IELTS essay question. A lot of IELTS websites actually using non-IELTS questions. So stay to the end. Again, in the webinar handouts, I'm going to give you an authentic list of 50 official IELTS essay questions. This is part of the IELTS goodie bag that I'm going to give to you. All right. So stay to the end. Then you can do these steps that I'm teaching you right now. You can go through the steps based on these 50 official IELTS essay questions, which have the correct format and all that. So now this is the important thing. Next thing, once you have your official IELTS questions, you have categorized them into different types, different question types. This is discuss both these views and give your own opinion. This is a causes and solutions type. There are more than these two, by the way. Okay, so for each IELTS essay question type, okay, there could be 4, 6, or even more. Now, a tip for you is the more types, the better, because the more types you are able to recognize and see, then the more specific differences you have found between the different types, the more you're able to prepare for each type beforehand with good vocabulary, grammar, and cohesion, right? If you have only 1 or 2 types, then it's not going to fit. What you prepare needs to be so general so that it can fit all the different types, right? But no, then if it's too general, then it's not really good, okay? You want specific words and phrases that cater specifically to that type. So for each IELTS essay question type, however many you found out, think of how your essay could be structured. Think of which parts of the essay could always be the same regardless of the topic of the question. And then the parts that could always be the same, create high-level words, phrases, and sentences that you can use over and over again for these parts. All right, so maybe you have 2 question types here. Like I said, there are more, but just based on these 2 question types, you go through each of these question types, you go through these 3 steps. So number 1, think of how the essay will be structured. Now I'm going to use the very common question type, causes and solutions. They ask you what are the causes and what are the solutions. So this is a structure that you can use. Number 2, which parts could always be the same regardless of the topic of the question? Same question type, different topic. When I say topic, I'm talking about like, these days, many people use their mobile phones everywhere they go. What are the reasons for this? What are the solutions? It's a causes and solutions essay, but it's based on the topic of using mobile phones. Another question could be, these days, many people are obese and do not like exercising. What are the reasons for this? What are the solutions? So this is a different topic. It's about health and obesity and exercising, but it's still the same question type. So we're talking about the same question type. Whether you're talking about mobile phones, whether you're talking about obesity, whether you're talking about the environment, problems in the environment and the question asks you what are the causes, what are the solutions, whatever it may be, it is still the same question type of causes and solutions. So you are focusing on the question type. So you know that a causes and solutions will have this kind of structure, and you know perhaps the second sentence in the introduction paragraph will always be the same regardless of the question, regardless of the topic. Of course, it has to be the same question type, which is a causes and solutions question type. But regardless of the topic, regardless of specifics, you can always have the same second sentence in the first paragraph. You can always have the same topic sentence, the first sentence in the third paragraph. Let me give you an example. Okay, of course, there are actually more parts, but I'm going to address just 2 parts that could always be the same regardless of the topic or the question. So maybe you could use a sentence like this. There are a number of, firstly, the first sentence, you're going to paraphrase the question. Then you will say the second sentence, there are a number of causes of this, but certain steps could be taken to solve these problems. And then your third paragraph, if you're going to talk about solutions, you can write, in order to tackle these problems, several measures could be taken. So these are 2 parts that could always be the same. All right. So let me go through these sentences and these phrases and words I've shown you. So they have to be high level. In order to is good, using good cohesion. Tackle problems, take measures. These are good collocations. Using the passive voice. Okay, good grammatical feature. Of course, you can make it better if you want. If your language is good, you can make it even better. Remember this, the effectiveness of your IELTS essay templates as you create them depend on your level of English. So in order to tackle these problems, several measures could be taken. Better grammar complexity, let me improve that. You could say, in order to tackle these problems, several measures could be taken, with the most effective one being that blah blah blah. This is much better. Better grammar complexity. It's a different kind of complex structure. Some grammarians call it the non-finite verb ing clause. Better vocabulary. I use the adjective and noun collocation effect rather than just say measures. I use effective measures, right? Several measures could be taken. You're already using the good collocation take measures, but now you are using also an adjective to go before measure, and then you're using another cohesive device called substitution. Instead of repeating the word measure, rather than saying with the most effective measure being, you don't want to repeat again, you use one with the most effective one refers to measure. This is a cohesive device. This is called a substitution. So substituting is using one instead of measure. This actually helps build cohesion. It's a way of demonstrating good cohesion. Okay, the examiner is good enough, they will recognize this. So basically, you do these steps for all task 2 question types. Think of how your essay will be structured. Think of which parts of the essay could always be the same regardless of the topic of the question. Create high-level phrases and sentences that you can use over and over again. So you create all the different types. Okay, see, these are what we call templates, right? Different types of essay questions. So which one is better? Okay, many classes and many textbooks. The reason why many classes will only give you things like this because most IELTS classes just use normal textbooks, right? I don't use normal textbooks. I create my own materials. So that's why they give you very general guidelines. Versus doing this preparation, having a structure like this, all right? Do you think this is... Now, this is definitely going to take a bit of work before your exam, correct? That's why we talk about, the quote by Abraham Lincoln about the first 4 hours sharpening the saw. That's what you're doing now. You're sharpening the saw so that during the exam, when you actually apply it, you're going to really do well. So you will need to go through those 5 steps, having an intimate knowledge of the IELTS exam, spotting patterns, a creative strategy to prepare words that fulfill the criteria and have a medium to high probability of being used. That will create something like that if you do all the work. So you may say, Jonathan, your IELTS essay template smart work strategy sounds like an awesome strategy, but it's very complicated. It's going to take a lot of time to do all that, and especially to create good templates. That's true. Okay. Well, you have 2 paths before you. Path number 1, choice number 1 is you can forget about, doing this smart work strategy and just work hard. And in the exam day, you got to start to, based on these guidelines, based on all the grammar, vocabulary that you learned, based on the 7 areas that I've taught you, which are all based on the band descriptors. You try to apply everything on the exam day. Now there's a heavy burden to carry on the exam day. You got to perform on the exam day without much preparation before. All right. So when you get to the exam, you are going to be a bit anxious because you have not prepared a lot. You've prepared generally. You put in the hard work to prepare generally, but not specifically for the IELTS exam, not specifically for your essay writing task 2. Choice number 2, path number 2 is obviously you do the hard work that I just mentioned to you. All right. Rather than doing the hard work, you're doing, well, the smart work is also hard work, yes. But I'm saying you do the smart work that I just mentioned, which is hard work, obviously, because it takes time, right? But it's going to help you. It's going to be more effective and efficient. So you create all these templates beforehand, all right? And during the exam, you'll be confident. Why? Because you've done a lot of preparation. As you will see in some of my student testimonials later, when they do this, in fact, they don't do it, but I give it to them in my class. They just need to fill in the blanks, right? They just need to fill in the blanks because the structure has already been memorized. So there's much less work to do, and then the memorized words that you memorize are going to be much better than you can do by yourself. So that's why I say the creation of the IELTS essay template, if you're going to do it by yourself, it's going to take a lot of time. But then after that, you will perform much better than if you don't prepare. You just do normal hard work without any creative strategy, without any smart work. You are not going to perform as well. But this part takes a bit of time, right? It takes a bit of time. Are you willing to do that? That's the question. You will get better results. But enjoy the process, okay? It takes a bit of time to do that, but it is, of course, something that you're going to learn a lot from. Now, of course, there's a third choice. Choice number 3, path number 3. What happened is that when I first thought of this, okay, I taught students the steps, which I just pretty much have taught you, but of course I went a bit more in depth. So from 2012 onwards, I taught students the steps, and students did it themselves. This is why I call it DIY. DIY meaning do it yourself. I tell you the smart work strategy, I teach you how to do the steps, but you do it yourself. The pros, the advantages is that students learn a lot doing it by themselves. The cons, it takes a lot of time, and they may not do it well. That means the words and the phrases and the high-level vocabulary, grammar structures they create for themselves, cohesive devices, they do by themselves may not be as good as what I can do for them. So many students ask me, can you please do it? It takes a lot of work. So, in the beginning, I didn't really want to do it for them because I didn't want to work so hard myself, right? I came out with the strategy, that's really takes a lot of hard work. But eventually I decided, okay, you know what? I'm going to do it for students. And therefore, a few years later, I started to do this. Smart work strategy done, DIY meaning done for you. I did the steps for students. It is really done for them. They don't have to go through that, process, right? So it's done at a high level. The process is done at a high level because, of course, I'm doing it. So there's no grammar mistakes. The words that I use are very, I've thought through it a lot. Good vocabulary, good grammar, etc. And by the way, I've made it better over the past 8 years. Okay, it's not just, I keep making it better. So if you look at the original one, it's actually very different from what it is now. And it's immediately available because obviously when students come to my class, I just give it to them. Of course, it's much better IELTS results than if students do it themselves because they don't have a lot of time, and secondly, they can't do it as well as me. But of course, the cons is that students don't learn as much along the way. But that's fine. You don't learn as much along the way, but you perform better in your exam. That's the most important thing, all right? So choice number 3 is basically that you can get this IELTS writing templates done for you. This has helped 450 plus of my students pass their IELTS exam. Actually, most of these 450, this is all on my website. If you go to the /testimonials, ieltsuniversity.com/testimonials, most of these 450 students actually use an older version of the IELTS templates. I've always been creating newer versions. Like I said, the new version is much better and will help even more people pass it. And that's actually, I created it for the launch of my online IELTS class. So what happens is this, this is the one I taught you just now, right? This fill in the blanks. Now, you realize this is what I call level 2, and this does not contain alternatives. Remember the sixth step I mentioned? You have to have alternatives provided because I'm giving it to my students. So initially, this didn't really have any alternatives. Then eventually I did a level 2B with all the alternatives. Okay, upgraded with alternative vocabulary. Now this is what I taught you just now, right? So I upgraded this with alternative vocabulary. The same as this, is just much better because I've given them different words, phrases, etc., structures to use. They can choose which they want. Now, this was only about 18 pages. Most of my 450 students in the testimonials, they use this one. Now I've created this one for the past few years and I launched it for my online IELTS classes. 53 pages plus level 3 version. It's even better, much better vocabulary, much better grammar, much better cohesion, so on and so forth. All right. Please remember, I'm giving this to you as part of this is the level 2B, but only 2 pages, not 18 pages, because just for one of the IELTS essay question types. I'm going to give this to you in the handout, so wait for this. This is level 2B, just 2 pages. Here, if you want to get the much better version, level 3, which is 53 pages, much better in every way, then you need to attend my classes. So these are some of the testimonials I've got. Iro said she went from 6 to 7. By the way, just improving by 0.5 is very difficult. That's why all those students you saw just now, taking it 15 times, 8 times, they just lacked 0.5. They were lower by 0.5 and they had to take it 15 times, 8 times, right? Before they attended my class and then they passed after that. They managed to push through by 0.5, probably because of my IELTS templates. And a bit of other things I'll talk about later when I talk about my online IELTS classes. But the point is that just moving up by improving by 0.5 is difficult. But this student went from 6 to 7. She says, I just followed your pattern in writing. So she got 6 before my classes. After that, she got 7. She just followed my pattern. Basically, just fill in the blanks, right? This student said she felt so depressed. She screwed up her reading and wanted to walk out of the hall without doing the writing because she was so disappointed. But then she decided to stay and she didn't have to do much for the writing because she really prepared well using the templates I gave her, the done for you templates. So she followed the templates and then she passed. She got 7. Again, she scored 6.5 for 2 attempts after practicing on my own with no guidance. So before she came to my class, she got 6.5 twice. She came to my class. Even though she was so disappointed in reading, she just stayed on for her writing and she got 7 for her writing because even though she was disappointed and depressed, the templates are, it's a no-brainer. It's foolproof. It's idiot-proof, like she says here, right? Just fill in the blanks. If you've done your preparation before, you just fill in the blanks. Of course, you still have to do work. There's no guarantee you get 7. But there's so much less work that's needed to be done. And this student said, improve in these areas, all these areas, writing 6.5 to 7. Thanks for the strategy given the writing. Basically, that's the templates. This student, I repeated writing, typing these structures over and over again until I learned them. But even his writing is quite bad. He managed to get 7 for writing, but he makes most of my students, they get 7. They make a lot of mistakes. Why? So how can they still get 7? Some students ask, how can they still get 7? I look at your testimonials. Some of these people, when they type out their message, there's so many mistakes. How can they still get 7? Well, they can still get 7 for their writing because they use the templates. A lot of it has already been memorized and is written, created by me, so it contains good grammar and vocabulary, right? So when but of course there are blanks that they still need to fill in. So if you make too many mistakes in those blanks, obviously you are not going to do well. So there's a certain level you need to be at, but the templates are going to help improve your level and help you dramatically improve in your grammar and vocabulary score, right, if you use the template. So what he did is he repeated it over and over again. He typed it out, he memorized it, then he went to the exam. He says it's just like filling in the blanks with my ideas and my points. Guys, please don't get me wrong. There is no guarantee that you will get 7 or any score by using the templates. Absolutely no guarantee, because you still have to fill in the blanks, and that's where you can still make mistakes. You make too many, if your grammar vocabulary is really horrible, then you may not get your score that you want, because my templates cover a lot of your essays, but it's not the whole thing. So do not expect you will automatically get 7. I still push my students because I still teach grammar and vocabulary apart from the templates that I give them, okay? So I'll talk about that later when I talk about my online IELTS classes. But the point is this: you will definitely, if you are using my templates, you will definitely score higher than you would if you did not use the templates. Okay, I repeat, you will definitely score higher than you would if you do not use the templates. Okay, this student Wani, again, the same thing. She says that it's just like fill in the blanks, so it helped her to save time because it's already memorized, and she gets to focus more on the content. So basically, you have 3 choices, 3 paths. You can do nothing and apply the 7 points live during the exam. You can do it yourself. I've already taught you the strategy. I'm going to give you in the handouts some examples of causes and solutions template. We can do the smart work strategy yourself, or you can get the done for you. Of course, that's in my class. If you attend my online IELTS classes, you can do that. But please remember, whatever you choose, please choose choice 2 or 3. Don't be lazy, and you'll definitely be more confident. If you don't come to my classes, at least you do it by yourself. All right. So I've already taught you how to create the smart work strategies for both writing and for speaking. Like I said, it may take a bit of time. If you're doing it yourself, then it may take a bit of time, but it's going to benefit you. It's going to give you good results. Okay. All right. So 2 types of smart work. Just let me clarify. Okay. The do-it-yourself smart work strategy versus done-for-you smart work strategy. Both are better than hard work. If you just work hard without any focus on using any strategy, creative strategy, smart work creative strategy, then you are not going to be able to perform very well, unless of course you got hours and not hours, months and maybe years. Then okay, that's good, right? But a done for you smart work strategy, if you come to my classes and I really, I've got 53 plus pages of templates, it's better than a done for you smart work strategy. It's better than a do it yourself smart work strategy for 2 reasons. Firstly, of course, the templates I give you, I've created, are better and at a higher level than most likely what you can do by yourself. Okay, because obviously your grammar and your vocabulary is not perfect. So if you want words and phrases with very high level, then get it in my classes. And of course, the done for you materials will save students a lot of time because it's already done for you. There's no need for you to spend 4 hours sharpening the saw, right? Because it's done for you already. Okay, so the done for you smart work strategy, the templates that I give you, I've created, is even more efficient and effective than the done do-it-yourself smart work strategy. It's like this. If you want to do it yourself, that's good. Please do it by yourself. Spend the initial time coming up, going through the process I've taught you. All right, and then you have a very sharp saw to use in the last 2 hours. If you get the done for you, which is through coming to my online IELTS classes, the first 4 hours you wouldn't need to to come up with it because it's already done for you. So rather than just 2 hours sawing, you have 6 hours because you just work on your the templates which I give you. So again, that's why you will improve even more. Okay, so you have 6 hours using this analogy that we've come across from Abraham Lincoln. 6 hours of sawing instead of 2 hours because the 4 hours, you have additional 4 hours. Okay, and of course, the saw that is given to you, the templates that I've created, is going to be much sharper than what you can do by yourself. Okay, so whatever you choose, be it, if you want to do the strategy yourself, go for it. But please don't, or you want to come to my class and get this, okay, that's good too. But please don't do this, because if you are just, you don't prepare beforehand, you don't apply, and you don't create the templates through smart work strategies, then you are going to just not perform as well as you could if you use the templates, whether it is the ones that I provide in my class or the ones that you create yourself. So the moral of the story, the takeaway is this: don't work hard. You don't have time. Work smart. Okay? Whether you are doing it yourself or you come to my IELTS classes, it is up to you. But whatever you do, please don't use this strategy, which is really no strategy at all, except just putting a lot of time and effort. You don't have enough time, most likely, to improve to the level that you can do well in the IELTS exam. So let me come right now to explaining more about my online IELTS classes. And before I start getting to the details, I want to talk about the 3 philosophical differences in approach to IELTS preparation and teaching that differentiate my IELTS class from other IELTS classes. I kind of already touched on all this, but let me just quickly go through this again. My IELTS class does not focus on doing IELTS practice or mock tests over and over again. Rather, it focuses on test strategies to help you answer all IELTS questions and language improvement, grammar and vocabulary. Remember, I showed you these 3 different components, right? So really, while I do give practice tests to my students, but I also show them, I teach them a method they can use to improve while also taking the mock tests. I also focus on test strategies, but really a large part of my class is going to be using smart work strategies to help in language improvement. So I don't believe, as I mentioned, that just taking mock tests over and over again is going to help you improve. It's not going to help you improve, all right? And for example, this student says, your strategies really work. The previous class I attended focused on doing practice tests and it was a waste of time. I didn't improve at all, right? So that's what I hear all the time. Okay, most classes actually just do a lot of mock tests, and some of them will also focus on test strategies, but they don't do a lot of grammar, vocabulary, and they don't use smart work strategies. So please don't just think that coming to my class, you're going to do a lot of mock tests. You can do that at home. You don't have to go to a class at all to do mock tests. Okay, you can do it at home. Number 2, my IELTS class is based on smart work and smart work strategies. So I already gone through a lot of this in this webinar, so you will know that I don't just give general guidelines and expect people to work hard. I give more specific details. I use smart work strategies which are more specific in detail, more specific in their details, and really help students a lot. Now, does that mean hard work is not required? Of course not. Okay, definitely I'm not throwing away hard work. It is not that you come to my class automatically, you use my templates and my smart work strategies, automatically you will pass the exam. No way. Okay, you still have to work hard. But can you imagine combining smart work and smart work strategies with hard work? Because that's definitely required. But when I mean work hard, I don't mean the normal hard work. I mean using smart work strategies, using you still got to put in, like, if you have the templates, you still got to go through the templates and memorize them, right? Okay, so you still need to work hard. In fact, I push my students harder than most classes do. Okay, I give a lot of homework. That's why, as you will see, there are 35 plus hours of videos and 400 plus pages of notes. So combining smart work and smart work strategies with hard work is only going to help you boost your IELTS score even more. All right, so don't just think smart work alone is enough. No, I still push my students a lot. That's why they score so well, because they are, tapping on the advantage of smart work strategies and also being pushed to work hard. So I'll talk later about how I still push my students to work on their grammar and vocabulary independently of the smart work strategies. There's no place for complacency. I still teach a lot on grammar and vocabulary independently and apart from the templates and the smart work strategies. Okay, I still want to push my students to, as I will show you, and I'll talk about it later. Okay, just because smart work strategies help you pursue your goal in a more efficient and effective way doesn't mean you don't also work hard to stand a higher chance of getting an even better score. So that's what you should be doing. Work smart and work hard. Number 3, my IELTS class is based on done-for-you materials because I know students don't have the time or the ability to create high-level materials, high-level templates as I do. So in my IELTS class, I'm always creating more and more done-for-you materials. My belief is that if I can create done-for-you materials for my students, then I should not ask them to do it yourself. I used to do that before, but I start to realize, look, if I really want to help my students much more, all the strategies, I'm going to create it for them. So that, they don't have to go through the hard work of creating it by themselves. They already have it done for them. Then they still have to work hard because they still have to go through them and understand it and memorize it. Okay, so by giving my students done-for-you materials, it'll save my students time and it'll produce better results because obviously I can do much better than them. I can create a template with higher level of grammar and vocabulary than they can, right? Okay, so for my classes, I always focus on done-for-you materials. So this is just some pictures of my classes from well, the pictures are from 2015 to 2022. I would teach almost every single weekend for the last 10 years, actually. Previously, my class was $600. But now, okay, I'm moving online, as I mentioned. My online IELTS class consists of everything that I used to teach in my previous face-to-face class. Of course, it doesn't include the face-to-face section because there's no face-to-face section anymore. It's all online. But in terms of materials, in terms of teachings, everything, plus more teachings, more videos, notes, better teachings because I give newer done-for-you materials. Like we have template level 3 rather than template level 2B. Better absorption of teachings because the videos are the teachings are there and you can view it over and over again. That's very important because if you come to my class and you don't know, you don't understand a bit, you can't view the video again, right? If you go to a face-to-face class, you can't go and say, can you please teach me that again? No, but here you can absorb the teachings much better because the video teachings can be viewed again. More support from me, as I'll show you later, and it's going to be much cheaper, obviously, okay, because that's the reality of an online class. So what does my online IELTS classes consist of? Let's take a look. Firstly, 35 plus hours of teaching videos. It's already in the platform. You can watch it over and over again and absorb all the teachings. Secondly, 400 plus pages of materials, notes, done for you materials, exercises, homework, etc. It addresses all this. It addresses the listening, reading, writing, and speaking components, the 4 components of the IELTS exam. It also addresses grammar and vocabulary. And it's for academic or general training for the paper, computer, or online versions of the IELTS exam. And this has produced 450 plus IELTS passes. This is the platform. So all the 35 plus hours of video teachings will be in the platform. These are all the materials here. Most of them will be in PDF form. And also, this is of course the most important, probably the most important material in my class, which is the 53 plus pages of IELTS essay templates, level 3, and appendices. This is how the platform looks like. Once you pay the cost of the price, I will give you access to this platform. And as you can see here, all the videos, all the documents are here. All here. This is IELTS Listening, Reading, Speaking, Writing Task 1 for academic or general training, depending on which one you're taking. IELTS Writing Task 2. Then 3 courses related to grammar and vocabulary, very intensive courses. So you will get access to all of this. This consists of 35 plus hours of videos and also about, hundreds of pages of notes, right? So as you can see here, this is the first course for grammar and vocabulary. You can go and scroll down. You can see all the different videos, and you got to click in. You will see videos. For example, this is a listening video teaching. These are the PDFs. You have access to the Google Drive where you can download the PDFs. For many of the notes will be in PDF form, right? So let me talk a bit more about grammar and vocabulary. As you already know, it's very important, and most students are stuck at 6.5 because they make too many grammatical and vocabulary mistakes. So if you get 7 for all 3 of these criteria, but for grammar you make too many mistakes and the examiner gives you 6, you are at 6.5. Alright, that's why many students get stuck at 6.5. They try and they try and they try to get 7, but they just get 6.5, just like the person just now I told you about. 15 times at 6.5 before he came to my class, and then after going through and using my materials, he got 7.0. Now, why are students stuck at 6.5? Because it is difficult to get a 7.0 for grammar. It's difficult to get a 7 for grammar, which will help you to get 7.0 overall, right? For grammar, for the grammar for both writing and speaking, because you cannot make too many grammatical mistakes. If you do, then you are not going to get your 7. So I did 2 things to address my students' poor grammar and vocabulary. So I started to create done-for-you IELTS essay templates and other done-for-you smart work strategies for speaking. So these are smart work strategies to help you to improve your grammar and vocabulary quickly, right? To give you a language boost rather than just improve gradually. because of the way smart work strategies and smart work materials work. But I did not just leave it at that. I also started teaching grammar and vocabulary in depth. Because even if you use the templates I give you for writing, for example, there are still blanks to be filled in. So what this means is that you will still need to write, and you know, in your blanks, you still need to make sure that you don't make too many grammatical mistakes. So I didn't just give them this, I also taught them grammar and vocabulary in depth. Okay? Like it says here, and this is the idiomatic expression, I want to come at it meaning address this problem of students' poor grammar and vocabulary from all sides or from different angles. Not just use the templates, the smart work strategies, but also teach them grammar and vocabulary in depth. Both have a role to play, right? Smart work strategies that minimize the number of mistakes you make and improve your grammar and vocabulary and cohesion, etc. And hard work to improve your grammar and vocabulary. Also, I also teach grammar and vocabulary in depth. And just now you saw the 3 courses for grammar and vocabulary. That is my grammar and vocabulary class, which is the most challenging class because it is most difficult, as I mentioned, to improve your grammar and vocabulary. The teaching I'm most proud of, along with the essay templates. Why? Because it's really helped a lot of students as long as they put in the work to really improve. Because it's also the most rewarding long-term for my students. The essay templates will help you in the IELTS essay. Like I said, smart work strategies is meant to have a specific context. A specific context is the IELTS exam. It's not going to help you in life. You're not going to use your templates in life, in your social life, in your work life, in your business presentation, your job interview. No, most likely you're not. It's not really relevant at all, right? Okay, it's only for the IELTS exam. But so when I teach grammar and vocabulary, I'm teaching it generally. It's going to help you improve your grammar and vocabulary. And therefore, there are long-term benefits because it's going to help students in their life, in their future life, in their social life, in their business life, way beyond the IELTS exam. So I also touch on that. I don't just teach that. Like I said, this is hard work. Yes, this is still needed. But I don't just teach that. Of course, I give them smart work strategies. I give them the IELTS essay templates. But that is not all. I try to come at the problem from all angles. So I also teach grammar and vocabulary. And I teach in a very unique way, as you will see if you take the class. Right, so for these students who failed so many times before coming to my class, now what is it in my class that make them eventually, after failing so many times, eventually pass? Was it the templates or was it the grammar and vocabulary? That the classes, that the teachings, the intensive teachings that help them to improve their grammar and vocabulary such that they manage to pass and get 0.5 higher eventually. I don't know, to be honest. It's both. It could be both, right? I don't know. I teach both. I come at this problem from all sides and from all different angles. If you're still unsure about the quality and uniqueness of my teachings and notes and done for you materials, here's what some of my previous students have mentioned. Since I've learned a lot more than other IELTS classes, no one can compete in IELTS teaching in Singapore. Quality of material he provides is much more than you see online and in books. My mum sent me to a lot of tuition classes, but so far your materials is the best I've seen. The pattern of writing was too good. I never found it anywhere else. The most detailed notes I've ever received, I don't find in any schools. All right, so definitely the materials, the templates, you will not find elsewhere because it took me years and years to come up with this creative strategy and to even improve it over the years, such that right now the essay templates, 53 plus pages of essay templates, that is something you'll never find anywhere else. I mean, even level 2 is not something that you will find elsewhere. But I'm improving it more and more. But again, let me remind you that almost all the testimonials, comments, and feedback you read here on my website and on this webinar are about my previous teaching materials templates, especially the done for you templates, not the latest ones. Okay, all these students, the 450, most of the 450 students who passed didn't get to use my latest level 3 done for you IELTS essay templates released especially for the launch of my online IELTS classes. So as you can see, what I taught you just now was this fill in the blanks. Okay, this is what I call level 2. I used to give this to my students, 12 pages. Then of course, if you realize one thing that it didn't have was alternative vocabulary, right? So that's my level 2B where I gave them alternative vocabulary because I always don't want my students all to use the same words and phrases and sentences. So it became a bit longer. It became 18 pages when I put in alternative vocabulary and model answers and so on and so forth. Then recently for my online IELTS classes, I created level 3, 53 plus pages. Remember, I'm giving you causes and solutions template. This is from the level 2B, right? 2 pages of it. Stay to the end. In the handouts, it will be given to you. Okay. Secondly, all those students also didn't get to use all the additional new materials that I'm adding. So not only do I have for these online classes, not only do I have the level 3 IELTS essay templates, but also additional materials, which brings me to my next point, which is that there will be new teachings added regularly. All right. As you can see here, from 2012 to 2022, first I started level 1, then level 2, which is the fill in the blanks, the one I taught you. Then level 2B, which just contains alternative vocabulary. Then level 3 for the launch of my online IELTS classes. But let's take a look at this. I'm also developing new materials, level 4, level 5. Level 4 is going to be, contain main points. It's going to be called a main point sentence templates, and then level 5 is going to be called supporting points sentence templates. And now let me show you a bit about what I'm creating right now. I've created a bit. I'm going to give it to you in the handouts, but I've created a bit right now so you understand what exactly will be included for free for my students, right? So let me give you a sneak peek at new teaching materials based on smart work strategies I'm creating now, which I'm going to give to students on my online classes for free when available. Remember what I said just now, how to create the essay templates. Think of which parts of the essay could always be the same regardless of the topic, right? So we created something like that. Okay, all this will always be the same. Okay, all this will always be the same. So we can create that, right? The parts that always are the same will be the general phrases related to the question type, not the specific main points. Okay, so right now what I'm trying to do for level 4 is try to get specific main points, right? Let me show you what I mean by that. I'm trying to fill as much of the blank as possible. Remember, the templates, level 2, level 3, you still have blanks. You still have to put in the main points because I have no idea what question is going to come out, what topic is going to come up. But there are always general phrases that can use as long as that particular question type comes up. You know that, for example, this is the causes and solutions question type. You know that you can, many of these words and phrases could be added here without even thinking. But this, you got to fill in the blanks by yourself. So what I'm trying to do is try to help students to fill in the blanks. It's a bit more challenging because there are many different topics, right? But I asked myself, can I create some main points for students so they can fill in the blanks more easily? So I started creating what I'm going to call my level 4 essay template, which is really a template of sentences for main points. Okay, started doing this first for causes and solutions. Because for whatever causes and solutions question you get, it's very likely that you could prepare in advance some general solutions that fit many problems. Okay, this is smart work. Remember, it's always according to the smart work philosophy and the steps, the 5 steps I mentioned. So for example, for solutions here, I try to fill in, this blank part. The reason why we can prepare some general solutions beforehand and use them in various causes and solutions questions, that a lot of solutions to different problems are very similar. So this is what I came up with. Okay, there are 4 different general approaches, and then these are words and phrases and collocations that you can use. Educate, provide funding, the carrot approach, the stick approach. These are words and points that you can use. So for example, if you have these 2 different questions, one is doctors in many countries are saying that people are not getting enough physical exercise, etc. And then what are the causes and solutions? And then this one, the gap between the rich and the poor is increasing. So this is just the solutions, not the causes, all right? Because the solutions is easy, so that's why I started with it. At least it's easier. So you could perhaps use educate here, you could use reward here, you could use funding here, you can use punishment, the 4 that I showed you just now. And you can use those 4, okay, for all the different question types, other question types. Most question types you can use some of these solutions, right? So that's nice. But let me go one step further. What else can be prepared? Okay, to me, this is nice. Giving students this is nice. okay? Because it's better than what they will do by themselves. But to me, it's really not good enough. As a teacher with 10 plus years IELTS teacher experience, I know if I were to give the above resource to students, they would like it, but most would still use the above and create phrases and sentences filled with grammatical and collocation mistakes. Because all I'm giving them are only ideas and not ready-made templates or sentences. Just now, for level 1, 2, 3, these are all ready-made templates or sentences, right? But those are easy because you're talking about the general phrases that can be repeated over and over again according to the question type. But this is a bit more challenging because there are different main points. So I give you the ideas. Now I'm going to turn them into sentences. I want to turn them into sentences. Now, don't get me wrong, the above is good. It has good ideas, so students don't need to struggle with coming up with their own ideas for the solutions. It contains some good phrases that students can use with their ideas. For example, raise public awareness, allocate more budget, impose a fine. These are good collocations, by the way. Again, collocations is something I have don't really have the time to talk about in this webinar, but I teach in depth in my classes. Collocations is mentioned in the Venn descriptors for both writing and speaking. But the point is that it can be better, and I can help students even more if I can take the ideas and create more specific words and phrases and even ready-made sentences out of these ideas. So I know for my standards, for my teaching materials, for me to know that I'm really, really helping students, I need to go one step further, or maybe even a few more steps. Okay? I always try to make my materials outstanding and help students as much as possible. I always try and always want to be as detailed. Remember, Smart Work is always based on detailed, specific detailed materials, not just general guidelines. So because the more general and the less detailed my materials are, the more room there is for error by my students. That means my students will make the error, okay? And the students will make these errors. Okay, room for error, that's a idiomatic vocabulary. So I was explaining how I create done for you Smart Work strategies, IELTS materials for my students during a training I had for other IELTS teachers. So I told this group of teachers this. In teaching the productive skills, writing and speaking, don't allow your students to leave too many things to chance. And don't let students figure out too many things by themselves. That means don't allow them the opportunity to make any mistakes and figure out by themselves, because the moment they figure out things by themselves, or they try to understand things by themselves, they try to create materials for themselves, sentences, there's bound to be mistakes made by them, because as a teacher, your language is going to be much better than your students. So good teachers will take the responsibility upon themselves to help students, to create these materials for students. Don't let students just figure out everything themselves. Allowing students to figure out everything by themselves and allowing them to make mistakes and learn from mistakes, that's actually a philosophy. I don't have time to talk about that, but that's really a learner-centered philosophy, which is good generally, all right? Because you don't want always to do everything for students. However, it's not good for exams if you are preparing a student for the exam, right? Whatever teachers can prepare on behalf of students, example, ideas, words, phrases for writing, speaking, good teachers would take on that responsibility and prepare these things for students, even if such preparation is boring, mentally demanding, and takes a lot of time. Actually, it's precisely because it's boring, mentally demanding, and takes a lot of time that we should be doing it for students. Because once we do it for students, then they don't have to do it for themselves. Then students who learn from you and take these words and phrases and these templates, etc., and these smart work strategies and use them, they're going to score better than they would if they didn't have these strategies. Okay, so teachers would be able to prepare these things better than students would, because their English is much better, and students simply don't have the time to do all this preparation. So some teachers disagree with this approach to teaching IELTS. They said, isn't that doing too much work for students? Isn't that spoon feeding them? Isn't that too much hand holding? Isn't that doing too much leg work for them? All these are all idiomatic expressions. Basically is saying, are we doing too much? Are we doing too much for students? We shouldn't do too much for students. We should let them do it and learn from doing it. Now, while it is true in a sense that too much spoon-feeding, hand-holding, and legwork done by the teacher and too much responsibility taken by the teacher will prevent students from becoming responsible for their own learning and improvement, this is not the case when you are preparing a student to do well in an exam within a short period of time. If you're preparing your students for an exam and you know they don't have much time, you don't want them to take any risks. You want to provide them with as much help as they need, as your goal is to help them pass the exam, right? So this is the same thing. Hard work is good. Let them figure out themselves. Let them do the research. Let them take the responsibility. Them meaning students. That's good. But only if they have enough time to do that. I like to take the responsibility on myself. When I learn, remember I was telling you that I'm learning Spanish. I'm trying to improve my Spanish from intermediate towards upper intermediate to advanced levels. And I don't mind doing the hard work. I love it. But if I were to sit for the Spanish version of the IELTS exam, I'm going to use some smart work strategies. And I'm going to hope my teacher helps me and provides me some smart work strategies, right? So it's about time. It's about your focus is to get them and help them to pass the IELTS exam. You have to help them in every way possible. And that's why the templates really help them. So anyway, I asked myself this. What else can I do for my students so that they don't take the above ideas and create sentences filled with grammar and vocabulary mistakes? These are good, but when they start using it, as I know, for 10 years of experience, they are going to create sentences using some of this and then making mistakes, right? So I took this, just focus on educate, right, and raising public awareness, and I created my first sentence template for solutions. So just like the template, which was, the words and phrases and sentences used for the general phrases for IELTS essays, I created this as, sentence templates for the main points for solutions. One solution, educate. So this is the main point. Of course, you have to fill in a bit of blanks here, depending on what topic it is. Then the first supporting sentence will be this or this. And then after that, the second supporting sentence will be this. So if you put it all together, all right, becomes this or this. I'm not going to go through that. Again, this is going to be in your handouts. But this is just for one, okay? This is just for one. I haven't done provide funding, etc., etc. Okay, I've got to do that. But as you can see, this is so much better than if I were to just say, oh, just use this idea raising public awareness. No, I give them all this because this is really going to help them. This is spoon feeding them. This is hand holding them. This is doing the legwork for them. This is taking the responsibility for the students. But that is what I think a teacher should do if they really want to help students to pass the exam. Okay, so anyway, this is level 4. This is what I'm doing right now. I've only done level 3, which is completed. I've completed this, but I have not done level 4. I've not completed it. I've just started it. I'm going to give you what I just showed you just now. Okay, this is going to be given to you, but I'm still carrying on doing it. Like I said, additional materials will be given for free, and I'm actually going to give it to students and then get feedback from students and improve the materials. That's how I improve all of this. All right, I always get students' feedback. And then of course level 5 in future, I'm going to try to work on supporting points so that as much of the essay can be completed through templates and through words and phrases. Please remember, I'm not asking students to memorize an essay. That will never work. Okay? You have to think in a more creative way. That's why smart work strategies are about thinking creatively. So there's no way I'm going to give an essay for a student to memorize. It's not going to be possible because nobody knows the question that's going to come up. But there are many other ways that you can really help students. So anyway, this is part of the handout, so please stay to the end. All right. So new teachings will be added regularly. Now, in case you haven't realized by now, all right, my teachings and materials are not just very unique, but also very challenging. For example, the 50 plus pages of essay templates and appendices, and even just now what I showed you regarding the level 4, solution templates and sentences. They are not easy to understand and use and memorize, right? It's challenging. But when you use it and when you take time to understand it and use it in an exam, you're going to score very well. I don't teach to the lowest common denominator, LCD meaning lowest common denominator. LCD teaching is basically teaching that's so easy and simple that every student will have no problems understanding what's being taught and nobody will complain that's too difficult or challenging because you're aiming your teaching at the lowest level in the class. Or another term, dumbed down teaching, making a teaching material so simple and intellectually undemanding so that it will be accessible and understandable for everyone. I don't do this. I used to do this with textbooks when I used to teach in other schools, But because I love to create better materials that will help students. I love it when students message me and say they pass, all right, after failing so many times. I love creating good materials. I don't teach to the lowest common denominator. So my materials are not easy. Okay? Many schools and courses teach to the lowest common denominator. Their IELTS teaching materials are based on popular IELTS textbooks, and these textbooks are very simple because they cater to all levels and all people, as this will increase the sales. Their teachers are just hired English teachers who don't specialize in IELTS, right? Many schools, their teachers don't specialize in IELTS. They don't have much experience, and they don't specialize in IELTS, okay? Because not many people want to specialize in IELTS because there's no way. Nobody teaches you how to specialize in IELTS. You have to learn it from scratch, which is what I did. So if you have hired teachers, schools just hiring teachers, they don't have much experience. So you got to use very dumbed down and LCD kind of teaching that is not going to, it's going to be easy to teach and nobody's going to complain. Everybody is going to understand. All right. So these teachers are only familiar with and comfortable with very basic IELTS teachings. And with lowest common denominator and dumbed down teaching and materials, there will be no complaints from weaker students who can't follow the class. I don't have complaints from weaker students who can't follow the class. I have complaints from, not complaints, but if there are any complaints, it's going to be your materials are very, 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 very complex. I need to understand it more. And that's another reason why I move online, because with the teachings, you can replay it over and over again. All right. I don't believe in teaching to the lowest common denominator, because I know if I do so, not many people will pass, right? That's not a challenge for me. The challenge is helping students to pass the exam, and I know that they need to be challenged. I don't want them to, I want to challenge the weaker students. I don't care if they complain. They need to be challenged, because if they want to pass the exam, they need to be challenged. That's as simple as it is, okay? So I have to admit, I was like that 10 plus years ago. I used to teach all this. So, I tell students, oh, how to write an introduction paragraph. First sentence, you do this. Second sentence, you do this. I don't give them a lot of specific details. I used to teach all these textbooks and these very general guidelines, these materials with a lot of very general guidelines. So I was like that 10 plus years ago when I started teaching IELTS. I had to use textbooks because I didn't know how to teach IELTS. And my materials and teachings were very simple and basic, just what I found in IELTS textbooks. Now, of course, with 10 plus years of teaching experience, my materials and teachings have become so much better, so much more helpful to students, and so much more effective. Now, I did not say easier. I said effective, better, and more helpful, right? The problem with LCD DD teaching, students won't improve much if they are not challenged. Stronger students will not benefit much from such teachings. The weaker students will be happy because it's so easy and they won't be challenged, but the stronger students will not really improve. Ultimately, students won't be prepared for the IELTS exam, and many of them will not pass IELTS. So my teachings and materials will challenge you. They're not simple or easy. They're intensive and detailed. A lot of it is unique. You will not find elsewhere in popular textbooks online, as I created a lot of the materials myself. A lot of strategies I created by myself, especially because I'm also learning Spanish as kind of like a second language or so. So I understand a lot of ways, a lot of things that people are experiencing. I experience also, and I try to find shortcuts and smart work strategies to be able to do well in the Spanish version of the IELTS exam. So they will stretch you and push you and challenge you. You have to work hard. But that's precisely the reason why so many of my students have passed their IELTS exam, right? If you want an easy class where you don't have to work hard, go to another school or take another course, because I'm not in the business of making things easy. I'm in the business of helping students pass their IELTS exam. I know what works, and I've done the smart work for you, but you need to put in also the hard work, all right? If you want to fulfill your dreams and immigrate to and study in another country, then you need to work hard. If you want to go to Australia, if you want to go to Canada, if you want to go to the UK, America, etc., wherever it may be, all right? Put in the hard work. Thankfully, you've got smart work already, okay? In my classes, I give you all the smart work strategies for free. You don't have to think of it yourself. You will reap what you sow, all right? By the way, if you're not sure about how different right now, I've already told you my teachings are very unique and they are not easy. If you are not sure about that, just think about this webinar. If you've been to other IELTS webinars, you'll realize the difference, how much in-depth I get, into things, my style of teaching, all right? It's not simple, it's challenging. Even though the strategies I teach and the materials I provide are challenging, you don't have to worry that the teachings are too difficult for you to understand. They're not going to be too difficult for you to understand because you can replay the recordings. Okay, you can play the videos over and over again until you understand it. It's something you cannot do in a face-to-face class. You can learn at your own pace. That's very, very important. The reason why in a face-to-face class you don't have much challenging teachings is because then you only teach once. And all your students, if they don't understand what they're going to ask you, can I please attend the class again because it was too challenging? No, they won't allow that. So they don't have challenging teachings. Now I can provide a lot of challenging teachings because it's all online. You can go and replay the videos. You can go and study it by yourself over and over again. Now, what is the total study time needed for all the materials that I have, the 35 plus hours of teaching videos, the 400 plus pages of notes? I would say about 40 to 100 hours. Everybody is different and everybody's going to put in different amounts of time. Please don't think that you can get by 2 hours or 5 hours or 10 hours. That's not going to do it. Okay? All right? You can't just put in minimal effort, right? Like I said, you reap what you sow. Just because one of the most unique things about my IELTS class is the smart work strategies, the done for you essay templates, etc., it doesn't mean there's no need for hard work. I've already mentioned this a lot of times. You still need to work hard. There's still a lot of videos to go through. You still need to be familiar with the templates. Imagine how much you will improve if you combine smart work with hard work. That's how you and all my previous students do well in the IELTS exam. Okay, so when I say 40 to 100 hours, what do I mean? Firstly, teaching videos, 35 plus hours. Please remember, when you go to a class, I've taught face-to-face class before, so I know what I'm talking about. When you go to a class, a 2 hours class, for example, the actual amount of teaching is not 2 hours. All right. So when I say 25 hours, 35 hours is actually teaching. All the breaks, I don't have that in my videos. All right. It's pretty much taken out. So it's actual teaching, only teaching. Every moment I'm teaching in this 35 plus hours. Remember, I don't teach to the lowest common denominator. They can be challenging, especially the grammar, vocabulary teachings. So you may want to listen to some videos more than once, especially the grammar and vocabulary. You probably want to listen to at least 2 or 3 times. You may need to pause the video and do some research and try to understand what's being said. So that's why 35 plus hours of teachings does not mean you spend 35 hours. You're probably going to spend about 70 hours if you go through all the 35 hours of the videos. Okay, some don't. It's up to you. Teaching notes, 400 plus pages, takes time to go through and understand them. Again, takes many hours to do that. You have exercises, activities, homework, a lot of that. All right, especially the grammar and vocabulary class. So how much time you spend on this online course depends on how hardworking you want to be, whether you want to go through all the teachings or not. Not everybody goes through all the teachings. Of course, I recommend that, but it's really up to you. You're adults and you are very busy, and I'm not here to tell you what to do. You purchase the course, it's all there. You do what you want to do. I can't force you to do that, but I'm telling you, you will learn a lot if you go through everything, and you will do well. All right, I'm not guaranteeing that you're going to pass, but you will do well. How in depth you want to go through the teachings? Some things may be very easy for you. Okay, you can skip it. That's fine. What your English level is, obviously, also that affects the number of hours that you're going to put in. Right? So it's possible to spend less than 40 hours. It's possible to spend more than 100 hours. Of course, the more harder you work, the more hours you put in, obviously you're going to perform better. So like I said, right? If you go to actual teaching class for 120 minutes, 2 hours, this is how it's going to be like. And I've taught in face-to-face before. Out of the 2 hours, probably 1 hour or so, maybe actual teaching time. Then you have break. Then you have class exercise done by students. When class exercise done by students, the teacher's not teaching. The teacher says, okay, for the next 20 minutes, do this, right? So the teacher is not actually teaching there, right? So if you understand this, when I say 35 hours, I'm talking about actual teaching. So 35 hours of video teaching, that's equivalent in a face-to-face class of probably 70 hours in face-to-face class. Because in a face-to-face class, I'll tell you, okay, spend the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes doing this, right? So that's how intensive it is. 35 hours does not mean just 35 hours of teaching, because I give a lot of homework in those teachings also. So you spend more than 35 hours. Next, I will have fortnightly or weekly live Zoom classes. These will be live. Now, I cannot meet the schedule of everybody. So I want to state very clearly this what the purpose of this live class is for. It is not where the main teachings are. The main teachings are here. All right? But it will be recorded if you miss it. So please understand this, because many students ask me, oh, when's your live class? I don't want to miss your live class. No, I mean, you may miss my live class. All right? But it's okay, because the Zoom class is not where the most important teachings are taught. The most important teachings are the 35 plus hours of videos and the 400 pages of notes, the 40 to 100 hours that you are going to put in outside of the Zoom teachings. The Zoom teachings are really just two main things: question and answer, anything related to IELTS. My materials, if you've got questions, you can come to this class. I'll go a bit more in depth in responding. And also some teaching activities along the way. I'll also try to do that. Okay, the length will be 1 to 2 hours depending on how many people attend and how much how many questions there are, so on and so forth. Okay, and it's probably going to be one evening, probably 7:30 p.m. to latest 9:30. Could be 7:30 to 8:30, 7:30 and 9:30. I don't know. It's impossible to cater to everybody's timing, not just in Singapore, everywhere around the world. I try to kind of like have different timings, but don't worry, because it's going to be recorded. Okay, you can always watch the recording. But really, I will tell you right now, don't care about this live class because you have 35 plus hours to go through. That is your focus, and the 400 pages of notes. Lastly, of course, you have my WhatsApp number to ask me any question. I've been giving my WhatsApp number for the last 5-10 years. I don't know any other teacher that does that, but I do that. So obviously, you will have the help that you want. Obviously, none of my students hound me every single day and message me, because you have to take responsibility for your learning also. But again, there are two ways that you can ask questions in the Zoom class, and always to ask me through WhatsApp also. Not a problem. Okay, like I said, I don't know any other teacher in Singapore, maybe there are, or even around the world, that will give a student the person's WhatsApp number. Okay, so what's the price of all of this? 35 hours plus teaching videos, 400 plus pages of notes, more teachings added regularly, so it's going to be more than this, it's going to be more than this. Okay, it addresses all parts of the IELTS exam: listening, reading, writing, speaking, grammar, vocabulary, for academic general training, for paper, computer, online. Total hours needed, probably 40 to 100 hours. You get live Zoom classes every 2 weeks. And my WhatsApp number to ask me any questions. All that. Let me ask you first, what's an IELTS pass worth to you? Because for these people, they failed so many times, right? For these people, 20 times. Because they don't prepare properly, they don't have all the smart work strategies, they don't have guidance. They fail many times. They waste thousands and thousands of dollars. Even this student wasted $5,000 before coming to my class. This student wasted $3,000 plus dollars, $3,000. So they spent many, not just a lot of money, but many hours. And money is one thing. I can tell you that when you fail because you didn't prepare properly, and then you take it again, and then you fail, and you take it again, and you fail, it's your time that is more important. Time is more important than money. And your discouragement and your encouragement, your mood. That's more important than money. Okay? Your time, your emotional well-being. If you don't pass, you fail over and over again. Right? So all this, okay, used to be $600. $500 to $600 for the last 5+ years. Okay? For my face-to-face students. But of course, that did not include level 3 and then level 4 and level 5 when it's available. Yet, it still produced all these results that you can go and look at. Right? So, what you're going to get is much more. And more importantly, it's going to produce much better results because of what you're going to get. Right? You're going to get much better results because you got much better materials, better support. You got your Zoom classes for support, your WhatsApp for support, better absorption of materials because all the materials are online. You can replay it over and over again. So everything is there, and that's the reason why. If you ask me why did I stop teaching face-to-face, because I know I'll get better results through online teaching, right? So $600 for my face-to-face class. Right now, my online class is $400 only, right? For everything here. That's my normal online class fees. However, right, for a limited time, because this is a launch period still, I'm not sure how long this will last, I'll be offering a launch discount of $150 off the normal online class price. So it will be $250 rather than $400. I'll go back to $400. I don't know if you watch this, whether it will be back to $400 or not, But if it's still doing a launch period, it's $250. But the condition is written feedback, because I just launched this online class. You have to give some written feedback going through it, because I always want to improve it. Right, then after that, once I improve it, then it's no more under the launch price, right? $250 divided by 35 hours is $7 per hour. That's how much you're paying for the teachings. Okay, that's incredible. And of course, this is 35 hours and counting, because if you include the Zoom recordings, include new materials and all that, new videos, that's more than 35 hours. So it's even less than $7 per hour. I asked someone to do a comparison of all the different IELTS classes the person can find in Singapore. And this is what they found. I'm not going to write the school's name down, but you can go and check the prices here. This is how much their class costs, right? My class already before, when I was teaching face-to-face, was already probably the cheapest class in terms of value and in results, right? But now it's even cheaper, of course. But go and take a look. For number one school, 40 hours, 2,000, that's $50 per hour. And then you have a slightly cheaper price for the rest of these schools, $25 to $30. This one's online, all right? Now you have this very cheap $12 per hour, but you have to spend 30 weeks, 700 hours, and spend $8,000. That's why it can be so cheap, right? $12 per hour. So for my class, you are getting it at $7 per hour, $250 for the launch price. Even if it's $400, it's still cheaper than the rest, right? And remember, for me, when I say 35 hours of video teachings, that's me teaching every moment for 35 hours. That will probably be an equivalent of 70 to 80 hours or more of class time. So if you want me to talk about class time, this is it's not just 35 hours, it's probably 70 hours, and so that's going to be about $350 per hour if you divide the 250 divided by 70. Okay, so it is almost 10 times cheaper. But even though my IELTS class is the cheapest in Singapore in terms of total cost and cost per hour of teaching, the truth is that cost cannot be the only or even the main factor when considering which IELTS class to take. So other things you have to consider: number one, experience of the teacher. Is the teacher a specialist or generalist? How many years of experience does the teacher have teaching IELTS? Is it a hired teacher with no incentive to create better materials? Number two, how the teaching and the materials is also very important, right? Is the teaching to the lowest common denominator and dumbed down teaching? Is it easy and unchallenging so that everybody will be happy? Or do they have do they teach smart work strategies, or do they just require hard work? Of course, along with this, do they just provide guidelines, general guidelines, or do they give materials with specific details? Do they give done for you materials? Do they give unique materials like what I do for the level 3, 4, and 5 essay templates? Do they just give a lot of mock tests in classes? Right, so many schools just give you a lot of mock tests to do during class time. Okay, it's a waste of your money because you can actually do most of the mock tests at home, right? And of course, it's the wrong way to improve. And one reason why students always fail, it's a waste of money and time also, okay, if done in class. Number four, do they give a lot of homework to push students and expect homework to be as important to students' improvement as the face-to-face teaching? The problem with a lot of face-to-face teaching is that many people and many students think that, oh, the most important things that are taught will be in the class, the face-to-face class, and I don't want to do so much about homework. Okay, because very easy to come to class and sit in front of the class teacher and do the homework. The class teacher and the class disciplines you to do the work, right? You don't go to class and you don't do homework. Of course, you're going to do it. But when it's outside of the class, do they also make sure that you understand it's very important to do your homework? You have to do your homework. It is just as important, if not more important, than class time. I always tell my students this when I was teaching face-to-face. Your homework, the homework they give you is probably more important than what you've learned in class. I mean, it builds on what you learn in class, right? So do they expect you to do homework outside of class, or do they actually just give you time to do homework in class, which is another waste of time? They just, if they, give you time to do homework in class, then what are they doing? They're wasting your money and time, right? If you look at all these hours here, I wouldn't be surprised if many of the hours above are spent doing mock tests or even homework in class, which means that you are doing something. The teacher's not actually teaching you anything. They're just providing time for you to do your homework, because most students don't do homework, right? If so, You're technically spending a lot of your precious money on a glorified babysitter. They're just there to babysit you, to make sure you do your homework. You don't need to do it, but they give you time to do your homework. And they shouldn't be doing that, because if they do that, that means that students are not actually working hard outside of the class, right? So if they're just there to discipline you to do your mock test or homework, you're not learning a lot and you're wasting a lot of your money. Teachings on grammar and vocabulary. Again, not only does the smart work strategies that I give you, the templates, address grammar and vocabulary in a smart way, but I also have very intensive grammar and vocabulary teachings. Okay, very important if you want to get 7.0 for both writing and speaking. Are they recommended by migration agents, ex-students, IDP? IDP is a co-owner of IELTS, right? So I've taught IELTS preparation for IDP Singapore. I don't teach them now. I don't teach for them now. I taught it for migration agencies. This is an example of a Facebook public group, 160,000 members, where I'm recommending. This is not my language, so I didn't write this. Somebody recommended my classes. All right, and these are emails and messages from immigration consultants and agencies. We've been sending your materials and recommending you to our clients in the past 2 years. My migration agent in KL asked for your contact as one of his clients from JB, wants some help in IELTS. Hope it's okay with you. I would like to introduce you to Jonathan Cole of IELTS University. He will be a great help to you as per feedback from previous clients who attended his class, including myself. So this agency is probably the biggest agency in Singapore. Recommend students to come to my class. In fact, one of them actually came to my class to check it out. Another one says, I've given your contact number to 7 prospective and our existing clients. I'll continue to refer individuals who require IELTS coaching. So if you understand how immigration consultants and agencies work, they only recommend to their clients the best IELTS class. I don't give them a referral fee, by the way. Why? Because the agent fees depend on their clients passing IELTS. Without passing IELTS, the immigration process cannot continue and they won't get their agency fees. They won't get more agency fees, right? So that's why they gladly find the best performing IELTS class and they give recommendations for free. I don't even give them any referral fees. Okay, they want me to teach their clients, because if I'm able to help their clients, then they will get more money from their clients giving them agencies fees, right? So many immigration agencies recommend me because they see how I've helped many of their clients pass IELTS, some of whom have failed many times before attending my IELTS class. Okay, they're my students, of course, who recommend, who have passed their IELTS after coming to my class. Now, the 7th thing you have to consider is how much personal attention and support you get. This perhaps is the number one reason why people think face-to-face classes are better. It's actually a misconception. They think that they get more attention and support in a face-to-face class. Let me tell you, I've been teaching face-to-face class for 5 to 10 years. All right. Number one, most students are too shy to speak up because English is a second language, especially the weaker ones. So they don't ask many questions in class. In fact, because my teachings are so challenging that they'll go back, they'll do their homework, then maybe they have questions. But during class, they don't have questions. Of course, they can still ask me through WhatsApp and all that, right? But in class, actually, many students don't ask a lot of questions. That's just the way it is. And also in a face-to-face class, teachers can't give personal attention to every student. Now, you got to ask yourself, does your teacher, if you're thinking of taking a face-to-face class, will your teacher give you his or her number so that you can WhatsApp message or call them outside the class and even after the face-to-face class ends? All right. For me, I've always been doing that for my students, but in my online class, my students still have my WhatsApp and they still have weekly, fortnightly Zoom classes where they can ask me questions. So the support continues. You actually get more support through this online class because you will be asking more questions, because you can understand better what is being taught. Okay, so again, I just want to mention during this launch period is $250 rather than $400, which is a regular online class, right? $600 is what I used to teach, what I used to charge for my face-to-face class. So last thing I want to say, as cheap as my IELTS classes are, cost should not be the only consideration. I already mentioned there are 7 other things, but there's one factor more important than cost or any of these 7 other factors. What's that? You should agree with me on this. The most important thing to consider, because teachers should be in the business of helping students pass their IELTS exam, is the results of their students. That's the most important thing. Like I said, the proof is in the pudding. How good a class is. Don't care about the marketing. Don't care about what they say. Look at the results of their students, their past students. That's the most important thing. And I can tell you all about my, my smart work materials, my templates. If it doesn't produce results, it's not worth hearing about. But it has produced results. It's a lot of the materials and the teachings that I give and which are unique is precisely what has produced the results. Not the reason why I have my results is because of that. Okay, that's why I always talk about that, because it has produced results. 450 plus students have passed IELTS after taking my class. Go and read what they have said. Okay, don't just take my word for it. Go and read what they've said, and also go and read all the writing improvement testimonials for people who failed their writing at least once, the most difficult component, then came to my class and then passed after that. So all these people, they fail over and over again. Don't be like them. Don't even be like this student. I mean, he came to my class, eventually he passed, but he took it 15 times before coming to my class, right? Don't be like this person who failed 20 times. So these are the things you have to consider, but not just these 7 things. Also, cost, and most important thing, results. All right. Now, one thing I want to say, all things considered, when you compare all the IELTS classes in Singapore or even elsewhere, face-to-face, online, and evaluate them according to these 7 plus 2 criteria, I believe you'll come to the conclusion that this is the best IELTS course out there. But at the end of the day, it's your choice, and you need to weigh your options carefully. If you're still sitting on the fence, I'm going to sweeten the deal further for you so that purchasing my online IELTS class will be an absolute no-brainer for you. Hopefully what I'm going to tell you now is going to help you make up your mind once and for all, so that you will purchase the course and start sinking your teeth into all the teachings that are available now. So here's the deal. Now, why is this in green? If you have not noticed by now, these are all idiomatic expressions that I've used. So these are the idioms used throughout this presentation, by the way. Okay? I think these are 19 of them. Coming up with a list of idioms or words or phrases to be used in speaking or writing is easy. I've said that a few times. List of words, books, forget about it. You're not going to use all those words. It's going to be an inefficient use of your time. The challenge with all this is coming up with words that would realistically be used in the actual exam. As impressive as this long list of idioms is, unless more thought is given, that means you think and consider and you filter, you analyze it a bit more, to the reasons for these expressions being in this list, are you sure these idiomatic expressions are going to be used in the exam? Would it realistically be used? Is it easy to be used? It's not going to cut it. It's not going to be successful. Okay, by the way, I just have 2 more idiomatic vocabulary. Give more thought to something, cut it. So please don't bother with this list. All right, I'm going to give this list to you. I'm going to give you the explanations. I'm going to give you the context of how it's used. All right, in the handouts, you will get it, but I'm not asking you to memorize it. Right? I want to remind you about what I said about smart work and smart word strategies. As I mentioned before, smart work strategies, the words and phrases, do not just fulfill the criteria, but also need to have a medium to high probability of being used. I don't think there's a medium and high probability of being used, even though it fulfills the criteria, meaning that all these are idiomatic expressions, and you need some idiomatic expressions in your IELTS speaking to get 7.0 and above, right? So remember what I told you just now? I gave you these 4 idiomatic expressions just now. You compare these 4 with these, I think, 21 here. All right? Which one would you, I can tell you, just go memorize 1 or 2, 1 of each, or even 2 of each. 100% you will be able to use it, because you can summarize one of the points in part 1 and part 3 of speaking. You can conclude in part 1 and part 3. Whereas all this, you can go and spend so much time memorizing it, you probably may not even use most of them, if not all of them. Different, guaranteed. This is what smart work is about, okay? Understanding the IELTS exam, spotting patterns, coming up with a creative strategy, making sure the words you prepare not just fulfill the criteria, but also have a medium to high probability of being used. So like I said just now, there's no point memorizing long lists of words. Students won't have the time to do so. Many words are not going to come up or be used in the actual exam. Therefore, it's an extremely inefficient use of students' time to memorize long lists of words. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to give this to you in the handout. Like I said, in the handouts, you get the list of 21 idioms, their meanings, and how I use them in this webinar for context. Go through it at least once so you learn something, but there's no need to memorize them or even try to use them during the exam because there's not a high chance it'll be used. Remember my point about how smart work involves ensuring that there will be a medium to high probability of being used. These 21 idiomatic expressions do not meet the criteria. So memorizing, in my opinion, they're not going to meet the criteria. You have to think of better ones, or you have to give better reasons for why you're going to use it. So memorizing them would be an inefficient and effective use of your time. Focus on smart work and smart work strategies for both writing and speaking. So I already gave you 4 of them just now, for 2 for summarizing, 2 for concluding. Guaranteed 100% you will be able to use it if you just make sure that in some of your points for part 1 and part 3 in your response you conclude or you summarize the points. There, you use it already. Okay, so in my speaking class, I teach students a unique strategy to answer all 3 speaking parts, and I also give them words and phrases to use, but I give them good idiomatic and less common words and phrases to use in such a way that there's a higher chance of them using it in the exam no matter what topic they get. That's the most important thing. Okay, that is the making sure that this is smart work. Anyway, so what was I saying just now? I wanted to sweeten the deal, sweeten the offer. That's of course idiomatic because you're not sweetening it literally, correct? Sweetening the deal or sweetening the offer just means that you are making it even better and more attractive. Okay, so I'm gonna sweeten it, putting more sugar on it. All right, not literally, of course. So what I'm going to do here is that if you come, not only is this launch period, you get $250 off. Sorry, not $200, $150 off. The normal price is $400, then it is to $250 for the launch price. During this launch period, not only will you get it at $250 rather than $400, but I'll also provide unlimited fortnightly live Zoom classes. Again, this is not for you to learn the main teachings. The main teachings are already there. It's on the platform. This is for you to ask questions and for further activities. So if you're taking an exam 1 year down the road, you still get the Zoom classes. Right? Of course, I don't know how many years I'm going to teach until. All right? It's not like I'm not promising you a Zoom class until I die. All right? Okay? But definitely, I will still be doing this, okay, for some time. So you will, normally after the launch period, I'm not going to, students won't be able to attend Zoom classes in an unlimited way. They probably have to pay a higher price for that. Probably only I'll give them about 2 months of Zoom classes. But for you, so if you're taking the IELTS in like 1 year, half a year's time, you should take this offer. You will still be able to attend the Zoom classes. All right. Okay, so if you're interested, just WhatsApp me at +65 9768 1054. Okay, so it's the handouts time. The IELTS goodie bag. Okay, so if you want the 200 plus pages of webinar handouts, which include the level 4 IELTS essay template, so far what I've created, the first sentence paraphrase template, the 2 pages of the level 2B template for causes and solutions, the idioms, the explanations, the usage, the context document. If you want all this, please WhatsApp me at +65 9768 1054. WhatsApp me with the message Masterclass handouts, please, and I will reply you with the link. Okay, it's very late already, so I don't have time to go through all these frequently asked questions, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a link so that you can go and go through a video answering all these 12 frequently asked questions. For example, why did you stop teaching face-to-face classes? What's the difference between your previous face-to-face classes and your current online IELTS classes? What is Jonathan's experience with teaching IELTS? Attending a face-to-face class is better as I'll be more disciplined, right? In your opinion, what things should I consider when choosing which IELTS class is best for me, so on and so forth, okay? So go to this link, ieltsuniversity.com/FAQ. Let me show it to you. and you will see a video there. The biggest takeaway, I'm going to end it right now. The biggest takeaway, if you've gone through this whole webinar, is number one, work smart, not just hard. Okay? Work smart, not just hard, and use the smart work strategies for speaking and for writing. Now, if you are interested in my IELTS classes, you can WhatsApp me. Take care.